Last day in St. Louis in the regular season. Busch Stadium is the site. The Brewers and the Cardinals. Third and final game of this series. Milwaukee desperate for a win here. They're trying to win the series and head to Pittsburgh on a winning note. They'll give the ball to the former Cardinal. Kyle Lohse gets the start tonight against hard-throwing Shelby Miller. And hi, everybody. We welcome you from St. Louis. Great to have you with us tonight alongside Bill Schroeder. I'm Brian Anderson. Telly Hughes is our reporter this evening. Big ball game tonight for Milwaukee. Let's face it, they're all big the rest of the way. 10 games left. The Brewers still have to go to Pittsburgh and Cincinnati, but tonight it is Lohse on the mound. He's coming off a very good start his last time out.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good run through the starting rotation for the Brewers. The last 8 have been very good. Kyle Lohse very good in his last start against the Cincinnati Reds. Came out a little bit shaky, gave up a run in the first inning. Then he gave up a run in his last inning of work. That 7th, he pitched 6 2/3, and he only got 2 guys over the minimum on base, between those 2 innings. So able to command his curveball, the fastball, back to the old Kyle Lohse that we saw early in the season. I think the ankle problem is behind him. He's struggled in his career against the Cardinals. He needs to come up big here tonight.
Well, the Brewers are actually pitching very well. It's not showing up as much as they'd like in the win column. Over the last 8 games, the Brewers are 5-3 from their starting pitchers. Look at the ERA, though, 1.86. Opponent batting average is very low. They're racking up a bunch of strikeouts, but they're not turning that into wins. You got to put that squarely on the offense, and you have to think about how good this Cardinal pitching staff is as well. The Brewers going to run into another tough one tonight. Series win on the line. Telly Hughes standing by. He'll come back, and we'll hear from the skipper right after this as we march closer to first pitch from the Lou.
All your home improvement needs at Menards. By Miller Lite, now in the original can. It's Miller time. By Toyota, let's go places. And by Southwest Airlines, without a heart, it's just a machine. A series win is on the line in St. Louis as the Crew and Cards wrap up the 3-game set in the final meeting of the regular season. Welcome back inside Busch Stadium in St. Louis. I'm Telly Hughes. Before the series opener, Ron Renicky said the first couple of games would tell him a lot about how this entire road trip could play out. After splitting the first two in two tightly played, low-scoring affairs, the skipper tells us what he gathered from the first two.
If we come out and do well today, we've still got an outside shot at the division. If we wouldn't have won either game, would have been almost impossible. So I think that it just helped us figure out where we're going to go from here, and hopefully we play a good one here, and then we need to have a good series in Pittsburgh.
It's a critical series finale for the Crew as they finish up the first leg of a 3-city road trip. Jeff and Davey will take a closer look at what lies ahead the rest of the way when we return.
Rockies, the gateway to the West. We are not too far from the shores of the Mississippi River and the great St. Louis Arch. This is what it looks like in the playoff picture right now. The Giants in the wild card race are up 2.5. The Brewers are 2.5 behind the Pirates. Pirates are underway with Boston tonight. They are tied at 1 in the top of the 4th inning. Boston actually just came back to tie that game. Pittsburgh has Garrett Cole, their ace, on the mound tonight. So big ball game for the Brewers, trying to stay at least 2.5. They'd love to be 1.5 back as they head to Pittsburgh tonight, starting a series against the Pirates tomorrow. Well, Ron Rennecke's got his work cut out for him. The Brewers with 10 games remaining, still 7 games remaining on this road trip. And here's his lineup today. And note, some September call-ups are in there. Lineup is brought to you by Associated Bank. You've got Carlos Gomez, Scooter Gennett, and Jonathan Lucroy at the top. Aramis Ramirez, Ryan Braun, Gerardo Parra in the middle. And then it gets interesting. Matt Clark gets to start at first base. Hector Gomez, who drove in the game-winning run in Game 1 of this series, he gets the call at short. And Kyle Loesch will round out the Brewers' 9, and that lineup will face right-hander Shelby Miller.
Yeah, Shelby Miller's been very good his last 3 starts. He's 2-0 in that stretch and having a pretty good month of September. 2-0, 3 starts, 1 earned run in 20 innings of work. Has not walked a batter in his last 2 starts. There was 71 walks for Shelby Miller, 6th most in the National League, but he's been able to rectify that a little bit. Has been very good against the Brewers. 5-0 in his career in 7 starts. And a .230 earned run average.
And the Cardinals have never lost a game against Milwaukee that Shelby Miller has started, as you check the Menards Cardinals defense.
Well, you got Oscar Taveras making his first start in the series. He's out in right field. Holiday and Jay in the outfield. Carpenter, Peralta, Colton Wong back at second base. He started the first game of the series. Matt Adams at first, and Yadier Molina behind home plate.
4-man umpiring crew in place. That'll be Jim Reynolds calling the balls and strikes. There is the crew chief, Fieldon Colbreth. He's over at first base tonight. Brian Knight and Manny Gonzalez join him on the bases. So we're all set up. Baseball tonight. Glad to have you with us on Fox Sports Wisconsin. The Brewers and the Cardinals matching up for the final time in the regular season. Carlos Gomez will lead off. Carlos at 288 coming in. It's been about a month since his last home run. He has 21 homers this year, 69 driven in. Brewers need a big offensive day today. They have been locked down by this Cardinal pitching staff. They were able to win a 3-2 ball game in 12 innings in the opener on Tuesday, and then got shut out last night by Adam Wainwright.
Yeah, there hasn't been much offense for either team. Combined 7 runs in this series so far. Cardinals winning 2-0 last night. The pitching has been dominating the first 2 games of this series.
Gomez in an 0-2 count. Miller throws a lot of fastballs. Very effective with that fastball, and he can bring it. That one at 95 miles an hour, and Gomez strikes out. And that's how the night begins for Shelby Miller.
Yep, and he will elevate it up in the strike zone just like he did to Gomez there for strike 3. Difference for Shelby Miller lately, particularly in September. Of course, the return of Yadier Molina behind home plate, but he's been able to throw his secondary pitches for strikes, particularly his curveball.
Miller gives a lot of credit to Yadier Molina with his game plan and how he goes about his business. A few of the Brewers do have some success against Shelby Miller. Scooter Gennett is one of those hitters. There's Gennett back in the 2-hole, and he whistles one to right field. Taveras is right there to make the play.
It's kind of the way it's going for this Brewers offense. Even when they hit the ball hard, it's right at somebody. Scooter hit that one right on the nose, but right in the tracks of Oscar Taveras.
And 2 quick outs will bring up Jonathan Lucroy. Lucroy with a couple of hits in the series. Still residing in the top 10 in the league in batting average as Lucroy takes a ball. Well, Lucroy certainly in the conversation for an MVP award this season. Clayton Kershaw's on that list. You got to probably put Josh Harrison in the mix at this point, the way he's played for the Pirates.
Giancarlo Stanton, although you don't know how the fact that he's going to miss the rest of the season is going to affect him, but well, he was right in that conversation as well.
Lucroy is currently 6th in the National League in batting. He leads the National League in doubles. Shatters his bat, a ground ball to third, and Carpenter will make the play to win the inning, and that is a quick 7-pitch inning for Shelby Miller. 1-2-3 go to Brew Crew. Shelby Miller goes right through the order. Matt Carpenter ready to lead off for Mike Matheny and the Cardinals. And they're starting to smell a division championship here in St. Louis. They have a 2.5 game lead over the Pirates starting play today. We got the two lefties at the top, Carpenter and Jay. Holiday hits third, and then it's Adams, Peralta, and Molina in the middle, with Oscar Taveras making his first start of the series. Colton Wong's back in there. He'll play second base. Shelby Miller rounds out the lineup, and the former Cardinal very comfortable on this Busch Stadium mound, Kyle Loesch.
Yeah, making start number 30. He does have a complete game. 12-9 for Kyle, 381 earned run average. You see those 22 home runs. He's been giving some up as of late, including his last start against the Reds, which was very good in a win, 6 2/3, allowed only 2 runs.
Well, as if the starting rotation is not feeling the pressure enough in a pennant race. They're also dealing with an offense that is not scoring a lot of runs right now, so added pressure on the starters. Mike Fiers was fantastic yesterday, 7 innings and 2 runs, but he took the loss as Wainwright went the distance in a 9-inning shutout. So a very fine line over this stretch for the starting pitching, which has been very good. The only outing that wasn't a quality start in this group of 8 games was Fiers' game, and he came out of the game for obvious reasons after he hit Giancarlo Stanton. Certainly could have continued in that game.
And he came out, had not allowed a run in 5 innings. Earned run average for the starting rotation last 8 under 2.
There's a ground ball to short. Hector Gomez will get the first try. He's got a very strong arm, as you see. And Carpenter is retired. How about the Brewers defensively tonight, Rock, courtesy of Menards?
Yep, you see some changes in the starting lineup. Hector Gomez in particular getting a start at shortstop, trying to get another left-handed bat in that lineup. Second start at shortstop this year. He saw he made his first start against the Reds back on a homestand. Matt Clark back in the lineup. There was Lyle Overbay last night. And Jonathan Lucroy back behind home plate. Gerardo Parra gets yet another start. Can't get him out of the lineup.
Saw a couple of guys there in Clark and Gomez, Hector Gomez, who were in AAA as of late August, September call-ups, and both have played well. Both have made an impact here in September. And those were the two that got the job done on Tuesday night. Matt Clark had the sac fly that tied the game in the 9th. And Gomez, Hector Gomez, had the game-winning RBI in the 12th. John Jay hits it hard, but Parra is there. And 2 up and 2 down for Kyle Lohse as Jay is retired.
Yeah, a lot of hitters in this starting lineup for the Cardinals that have had very good success against Lohse. So he's going to have to try and do something a little bit different than he normally does. Maybe change up the pattern, pitch him a little bit differently. This has been an offense that has done well against Kyle over the years.
Facing Matt Holliday with 2 away. There is no love lost between Lohse and the Cardinals. He felt like St. Louis gave up on him. And although he has some good friends on this Cardinal ball club that he keeps in touch with, he certainly has something to prove. Now in his 2nd year away from St. Louis, he does credit Dave Duncan, the Cardinal pitching coach at the time, for turning his career around. Duncan no longer with the organization. He's in Arizona now, rejoining with Tony La Russa, and Lohse was on that 2011 World Series team. Matter of fact, Lohse pitched in the wild card game against Atlanta. That was the first ever 1-game wild card playoff in 2011. I beg your pardon. 2012 was the first of the wild card games. That's the year he pitched the Cardinals into the division series. Matheny's first year. But the Cardinals do have his number, and that is of concern for the Brewers with Lohse on the mound here tonight. Rock gave you the numbers. They aren't pretty. With an ERA over 5.
And 3-7 in 12 starts before tonight.
1-2 to Holliday, and a swing and a miss. He struck him out. So a 3-up, 3-down inning for Lohse. Off and running in St. Louis. The Brewers are coming up. Got to lighten things up here. Lightening up the mood here, Rock, as we take a look at our AT&T U-verse Rewind. We take you back to April 15th, Jackie Robinson Day in the Major Leagues, and Aramis Ramirez homered against Shelby Miller. Got a couple of home runs in his career against him. He also hit one last September 2013. And Ramirez on the first pitch. Bouncing ball to Peralta. 1 pitch and 1 out. And Miller so far is in the early cruise control. He has 4 outs on 8 pitches.
And again, it's been mostly fastballs. I don't think he's thrown anything but. And the big key to his success this month in particular has been his curveball. Molina has not called on it quite yet.
Here's Ryan Braun. Does have a couple of hits in this series. Had a hit against Wainwright last night. That started an inning. We talk about this a lot, but the Brewers are going to need production from their home run hitters, from their big bats. Haven't seen a whole lot of Chris Davis lately. He and Mark Reynolds both on the bench to start this game. Gomez and Braun are in there. And the Brewers are going to need their top players to come through. It's been a struggle for Braun and generally Ramirez and Carlos Gomez.
Yep, the guys that are supposed to drive in the runs need to start doing it. No doubt.
Little pop up in the infield. Colton Wong will make the play. 2 quick outs for Shelby Miller.
And that was that curveball hung up in the strike zone, and Braun jammed himself. And Miller pounding the strike zone. And one strike after the other.
Now the Brewers are looking at this game tonight, a chance to win the series. Of course, they would have loved to have swept the Cardinals and put themselves back in the picture to win a division, but to win a series in St. Louis in September, that sets you up well for the next series in Pittsburgh. That's going to be a key 3-game set against the Pirates, and the Pirates are rolling right now. They've won 10 of their last 12 games, and they've got their ace on the mound tonight against Boston. Pirates have regained the lead in that game. It's 2-1 as they go to the 5th inning now. They just scored in the 4th. 2 outs for Gerardo Parra.
Limited sample size for Parra against Shelby Miller. He's 2 for 3 so far, which is why he's in the starting lineup. 2 hits last night. Chris Davis just can't find that starting lineup lately.
Well, Davis is saying all the right things. He certainly understands the situation, but you have to wonder about his confidence level at this point. It's just been a string of right-handed pitchers. It's the same reason Ricky Weeks hasn't played much. Renicky trying to put as many left-handed bats as he can in the lineup. He's got 3 of them in there tonight. And Parra's been playing well, not only swinging the bat well, he's played great defense. And he just feels like a player you can't remove from the starting lineup right now.
He provides some energy in that lineup, and he's been swinging the bat well, hitting the ball where it's pitched. Got a base hit down the right field line last night and a base hit down the left field line. So using the whole field.
Those are the numbers for Gerardo Parra since joining the Brewers at the trade deadline at the end of July. And the 2-2, he rolls over one. Big hop for Wong, and Shelby Miller has retired the first 6. Brewers go in order in the 2nd. We head to the home 2nd. Cardinals coming up. Inning here. Matt Adams ready to lead off. There's a Brewer fan squeezed in the middle of all of that red. And Loesch deals strike one to Adams. Loesch with a good start tonight. A 3-up, 3-down inning with a K. Struck out Matt Holliday to end the first. Got Adams, Peralta, Molina coming up here in the second inning. Adams still playing with an oblique injury. I've been amazed he's actually played so well since coming back from that. He only missed 2 games. So they must have caught it early. Normally oblique injuries put you on the disabled list, but that has not been the case for Adams. He had a big hit last night. He shot one through the middle. He actually beat the shift that the Brewers had on. He hit it so hard, and Carlos Gomez tripped in center field picking up the base hit, and Matt Holliday came all the way around to score. That really changed the complexion of the game last night.
And then Johnny Peralta came up with a base hit, scored him. Didn't take much with Adam Wainwright out there on the mound last night. A complete game shutout. Back-to-back complete games for Wainwright against Milwaukee.
Adams skies one, shallow right center. Gomez is there. And there is out number 1.
They pulled the string nicely on Adams that time. On a 3-2 pitch.
Here's Johnny Peralta. He is the Cardinal leader in home runs with 21. Cardinals have not had their shortstop lead the club in home runs since the 1917 season. This is an organization with great history, but all those years, and you got to go back to Rogers Hornsby, who is in the Hall of Fame. He is most notable as a second baseman. He wasn't a full-time second baseman until 1920, and it makes sense that Rogers Hornsby would be this great home run hitter, but in that year, in 1917, when he led the club, the Rajah hit 8.
Yeah, I'm going to say single digits.
Bouncing ball to Jeanette for out number 2.
Hey, September 27th is Fan Appreciation Night at Miller Park, presented by Chevrolet. The Brewers host the Cubs, and all fans in attendance will be automatically entered for the chance to win fabulous prizes, including a 2014 Chevrolet Equinox. Call 414-902-4000 to go to the Brewers website, brewers.com.
2 quick outs for Loesch. Here is Yadier Molina, who always gets the loudest ovation of the Cardinal batters. A fan favorite. Got to give the Cardinals a lot of credit. They were able to weather the storm without Molina. They signed A.J. Pierzynski, who had been released by the Red Sox. Gave the job to Tony Cruz right away, but then Pierzynski ended up catching a lot. Molina, center field, pretty well hit. Gomez with room. And that will retire the side. And Kyle Loesch cruising along through his first 2 innings. 6 up, 6 down.
September call-ups will lead off this inning. Started off with Matt Clark, who gets to start at first base, but the surprise start is Hector Gomez at shortstop. That was a job that Helion Herrera really had up until September. He was the guy that would spell Gene Segura, but Ron Renicky said that Hector Gomez gives him a little improvement defensively, and also when a guy hasn't played in a while, this is not the time of year to give him a start just because he hasn't played. So Hector Gomez gets to start here at shortstop for Gene Segura.
And it does bear mentioning Gomez has been playing every day at the AAA level, so he is in the flow of playing time, and he's actually done a nice job when he's gotten a chance. We'll see what he does here tonight. He is a very tall, rangy shortstop at 6'3". And his AAA teammate Matt Clark in the starting lineup as well tonight. Clark will lead off. First pitch from Miller is in there for a strike.
And that's where Ron Renicky is right now with his Brewers offense, just trying to find somebody that's going to come in and get something going, looking for some power out of Matt Clark. Get Gomez on. He can run. Hector Gomez scored the tying run on Tuesday and drove in the winning run.
Quickly 0-2 on Clark. Shelby Miller just pouring in the strikes right now. Miller had a 7-pitch first inning, threw just 10 pitches in the second inning. He has 18 pitches right now. I beg your pardon, 20 pitches right now, and 16 of those for strikes.
And just following the leader. I mean, you're not going to see a lot of shaking off from Shelby Miller. You got Molina back there behind home plate. He knows what to throw. Here comes a curveball.
And Clark takes a call. Strike 3. Down he goes. Second strikeout for Shelby Miller.
It makes it a lot easier for a young pitcher just to execute the pitches that he's told to throw. Doesn't have to worry about thinking too much out there as far as what he wants. He just follows the leader, and that's what most of these Cardinals starters do. They leave it up to Molina.
Miller just 23 years of age. He's been a good September pitcher as well as Gomez. That is a fair ball. Broke his bat. Carpenter with a nice play to get him. So retires Hector Gomez on the first pitch. 2 gone in the inning. And time for our Chase playoff update as it stands today. Nationals secured a division win. They're leading again tonight. They're trying to get the best record in the National League. The Dodgers 2 games up on the San Francisco Giants to start play today. Pittsburgh out in front of Boston 2-1 as they play in the bottom of the 5th inning. That is in the sights of the Brewers right now. 2.5 back of Pittsburgh for that second wild card spot. Loesch takes a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike on the Brewer pitcher. It has been nearly 1 month, 1 calendar month since a Brewer pitcher got a hit. It was Fires on August 19th. Brewers are now 0 for 44 at the plate from their pitching staff. Not that you're looking for your pitchers to come up with offense, but that's a pretty long slump.
Every now and again you get lucky. Yeah, you expect your pitchers to drop down bunts when there are men on base. Try to put the ball in play. They're in a rough stretch right now.
1-2 to Loesch, and he just lays the bat on it, fouls it away. Loesch injured his ankle while at the plate against the Chicago Cubs. Actually did it here in St. Louis, backing up a play, but remained in the rotation and then injured it to the point where he couldn't pitch anymore at the plate. That's in foul territory. Adams easing over and makes the catch and goes tumbling into the stands. Boy, what a play by Matt Adams, and lucky to have all of his teeth after that. That was a great play. The tarp buckled him over. Adams able to come out of there with a baseball. This is something here. 3 scoreless for Shelby Miller. Milwaukee Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin, and by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine. Feels like another one of those nights. Pitchers duel as we get started tonight, going to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Just perfect weather for baseball this evening. I want to send out a couple of shout outs to big Brewers fans watching in tonight. Randy Knapp of Wausau, Wisconsin, checking in with us. And John Yeager, who is the gate chief at the right field gate. John Yeager is checking us out here tonight as well. Friends of show, and we're glad you're with us.
Yeah, back at the ballpark. Talk to John all the time, you know, when go down for the big money moment down at the set, down at the for the post-game show.
Give him a little sneak preview, do you?
Got to give him an idea what we're going to talk about. And always seems excited about it.
Oscar Taveras leads off for the Cardinals. First start of the series for the big prospect, who has fallen out of favor as far as an everyday job in the big leagues. I think when he first got called up, they were hoping he'd solidify an outfield position. That has not been the case. And a ground ball to Jeanette. So Loesch has him out in front quite often here tonight. Taveras is out, and Loesch is retired 7 straight.
And the most popular way to follow the Brewers and the September pennant races is with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy live look-ins, replays, score updates, and live radio broadcasts. Download At Bat free from your smartphone or tablet in the App Store. I've got that on my iPad.
Checking it out now. As a matter of fact, the At Bat app has shown us that the Pirates have added to their lead. It's 3-1 Pittsburgh as they play in the bottom of the 5th.
Yep. I use the game day mode in there, the feature that tracks pitches for you. Velocities, what the pitch is, and pretty accurate, I would say.
Loesch comes inside. He hits Wong. So the first base runner of the night comes here in the bottom of the 3rd inning with 1 out. And Wong is aboard. A hit by pitch.
You don't see that too often from Loesch. That was a cutter that got away from him, and Wong doing the right thing, turning the shoulder, turning away from the pitch, and that way he's not able to get hit too badly. They're on the back of the shoulder.
Very fast runner at first base in Wong. And you got a pitcher at the plate who is an expert bunter. He is leading the major leagues in sacrifice bunt. Shelby Miller.
Yeah, got 12 of them.
Gets it down. Lucroy will play it and makes the play for the out. That was going to stay put. That was a good call by Lucroy. That ball was dying in fair territory. Lucroy takes the sure out. Does advance a runner. That'll be a sacrifice for Miller.
And 13. He's now one ahead of Zach Wheeler. A guy that helps himself with the bat. He can swing the bat too, as far as that goes. I mean, Shelby Miller's got some hits this year. 5 doubles. So he got good speed and scoring position with 2 outs.
And here is Matt Carpenter now, top of the order, second time through against Loesch. A hit batter, the only base runner tonight. Wong now at second with great speed. And Loesch starts him with a first pitch breaking ball for a strike. Carpenter grounded out in the first inning. Loesch seems to have a good game plan against Matt Carpenter. There are some Cardinals who hit Loesch well, but Carpenter has not been one of them at this point. He has just 1 hit in 15 career at-bats against him, including his ground out to short tonight. Cardinals haven't had a whole lot of at-bats with runners in scoring position in the series. This is only their 7th at-bat with a runner in scoring position. This is game 3 of the series.
Only had 1 yesterday. That was Peralta. Got a base hit to drive in a run. His pitching staff has been almost as good as the Cardinals.
Cardinals have 2 hits, 2 for 6 with runners in scoring position. 2 balls and a strike on Carpenter.
Matter of fact, in last night's ball game, there were only 2 at bats with a runner in scoring position between both teams. Brewers had 1. That was Segura lined out with the bases loaded in the 4th inning.
And that is outside. He missed with a curveball, so it goes to 3-1. This was a spot last year where the Cardinals were historically good. St. Louis hit .330 with runners in scoring position last season. The best all time since that particular stat has been kept.
And it's amazing when you have one player that does that for you, let alone the entire team.
Hitters count for Carpenter. Runner at second. And the 3-1 is away. Ball 4. First and second now. First walk issued by Loesch. He's hit a batter and walked a batter in this 3rd inning. And has to bow his neck now with John Jay coming up.
Jay's had some success against Loesch. Batting average over 300 against Kyle.
Jay flew out to left field in the first inning. He hit it pretty well. Loesch has been getting ahead of just about every hitter in this game. 9 out of the first 10 he's thrown a first pitch strike. And he can add 1 more to it. That's a difference making stat for Kyle Loesch. If he's on the attack, he's ahead in the count. That's usually when he is at his best. That opens up a lot of options for him. He throws a number of pitches. He'll throw all of his pitches in any count.
And when he's throwing that first pitch curveball or the cut fastball for strikes on the first pitch, that means he's got a good one going.
2 on, 2 out. And out in front, John Jay.
Change up.
Big spot early for Loesch. A hit batter and a walk with 2 on now for the Cardinals. No balls, 2 strikes on Jay. He just missed. He tried to sneak a fastball by him. Jay lines one right to Ramirez for the out. Well, that could have been a run for the Cardinals, but Jay hit it on the nose right at the Brewer third baseman. Brewers fortunate there. Still scoreless after 3. Ramirez taking a hit away from John Jay. That is in our Southwest Airlines non-stoppable play.
Yeah, one step. Yeah, one step to his left and able to make the catch. Kyle Lohse pumps the fist. And we're still scoreless here at Busch.
Yeah, he needed that one. Stranding 2 base runners, Jay. And here we go to the 4th inning now. Top of the order coming up for the Brewers. Shelby Miller retires 9 in a row to start it, with a couple of strikeouts. Gomez, Jeanette, Lucroy will start it for the Brewers here in the 4th.
And that curveball from Shelby Miller looks a lot like that one Wainwright throws. You know, late breaker's got pretty big break on it, given how late it does break.
Well, he uses the curveball and the high fastball very effectively. Combination pitches that work well together if you have good command of both. Tough to make your mind up as a hitter, especially when you're talking about a fastball in the mid-90s coming in on that same plane. And Miller's been tough to start this one. Looks like he's got his A stuff in the early part of this game. There's a high fastball. That's the pitch that struck out Gomez in the first. This time he lays off.
Yeah, the pitch that he struck out on was right down the middle, but up in his zone. That was a little bit outside.
Back up there, Gomez fouls it away.
You see a lot of your big curveball guys, I mean, you know, through the years use that high fastball, big curveball. Blyleven did it, Don Sutton did it, because when it comes out of his hand, both of those pitches are pretty much coming out in the same direction. The high fastball and the curve.
Gomez into right field. Taveras is there for the out. He was playing deep to start with, and Gomez is retired. That's 10 in a row for Miller.
You got your high fastball curveball pitchers, then you have your sinker slider guys. Those pitches coming out pretty much the same way on the sinker slider. Mike Fiers is a high fastball curveball pitcher.
One gone for Scooter Gennett. He lined out to right in the first inning. Swung at the first pitch. And there's strike one. Jeanette with 6 career hits against Miller. 6 for 13, now 6 for 14 in his career. For whatever reason, he sees the ball well out of the hand of Shelby Miller. Brewers are going to have to find a way to get their offense going. It has been a rough month, even going back into mid-August. That stretch of games where the Brewers lost 16 out of 19. They only scored about 2 runs a game, little over 2 runs a game.
It's not going to get much easier when they go to Pittsburgh tomorrow.
The Pirates will have Jeff Locke on the mound. Their left-hander. Gallardo pitches for the Brewers tomorrow.
Yeah, Edinson Volquez on Saturday.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Jeanette. Scooter involved in his first pennant race at the major league level. And he's been playing a lot with his string of right-handed starters. Probably see Ricky Weeks in there tomorrow against Jeff Locke. I'm sure Chris Davis will get a start again tomorrow. The opener of that series against the Pirates. Those are a couple of guys that haven't played a whole lot.
Right. What do you expect out of them, right? They've been on the bench.
2-2. And Jeanette in the air, left field. Holiday ranging over, and I think a fan got a piece of the glove of Holiday, and Jeanette's going to get another swing.
Yeah, Holiday reaching in the stands, so it's fair game for the spectators along the left field line.
It looked like Holiday was there, but let's see if the fan disrupted. He sure did.
Yeah. And third base umpire Manny Gonzalez saying it was in the stands in foul territory, so no interference.
Ironic, a fan wearing a Matt Holiday jersey keeps Jeanette at the plate for one more pitch. And Jeanette sends one into left center field. Holiday is on the run, and he's got it for the out. Scooter's hit the ball hard twice. He's 0 for 2.
Yeah, once to right now, once to left. Both line drives. Hey, tonight's having the game winner, Porky's Pub in Mondavi, Wisconsin. That's down toward the western part of the state. As you get close to the Minnesota border. If they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, Porky's gets 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a 2015 April or May Brewers home game. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
We welcome all of those watching at Porky's tonight. Nothing quite like September baseball at Porky's.
Yeah.
There's a strike to Lucroy. Jonathan grounding out in the first inning. He broke his bat. Got a brand new piece of lumber here. Shelby Miller has just blown through the order. 11 in a row, 2 strikeouts. He struck out Gomez in the first, and then they got Clark looking in the third inning.
Hasn't been in too many 2-ball counts, let alone a 3-ball count yet.
0-2 count to Lucroy, and he misses high.
Matter of fact, he has not been in a 2-ball count. Check that. Hasn't been in a 3-ball count. I'll get it right.
Now Miller trying to prove he belongs in the rotation this postseason if the Cardinals make it. He was not in the postseason rotation last year. He did make 3 appearances in the playoffs, but all as a relief pitcher, and he did not pitch in the World Series. He's been a good September pitcher, though, in his brief career. He's 6-0 with a 1.87 ERA in September. That one's lined down the left field line. To the wall it goes. And Lucroy on his way to second base. And that is a record-setting double for Jonathan Lucroy. Breaks a National League record for doubles by a catcher. And he ties a Major League record for doubles by a catcher with that one. That is his 45th double as a catcher, his 52nd overall.
Need to get that baseball. Molina has it right now. And Brewer dugout is looking for it. Ed Cedar right on top of it. And Lucroy able to go down and get a curveball from Shelby Miller and whistle it down the line. That was a 1-ball, 2-strike curveball that Lucroy hits. And he will have that for the mantle.
Breaks free from Yadier Molina, who set the National League record last year. And now Lucroy tied with Pudge Rodriguez, who set the mark in '96. A double away from a Major League record. Boy, that's saying something, huh? To own a Major League record, a significant category like that.
Man, what a season he's had. It's been incredible.
Now here is Ramirez. And he shoots one into left center, a base hit. Lucroy will score easily as Aramis Ramirez plates the first run. The Brewers on 2 swings get a run on the board with 2 outs.
Yeah, Ramirez swung the first pitch his first time up and hit it hard to short. And this time doing the same and driving in Lucroy. 2 outs, nobody on, double single on back-to-back pitches. So Ramirez stays aggressive at the plate, gets one middle in and hits it hard into center field. There you go. The Brewers able to post a lead here tonight.
Back-to-back pitches, a double and an RBI single, and it's 1-0 Crew. Here's Ryan Braun now with Ramirez at first, and Braun a swing and a miss. Brewers have not led in this series with the exception of the 12th inning of Tuesday's game. Remember, they had to come back to win that game Tuesday. So they'll be sitting on a lead in the middle of the game for the first time in this series. Make the Cardinals play from behind.
Second time through, much better swings for the Brewers for sure. Jeanette hit the baseball hard to left, but it was caught. And back-to-back hits.
Let's see if Braun can do some damage with 2 outs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Short lead for Ramirez at first, and Braun bounces one through, a base hit. So Ryan Braun gets into the act, and 3 consecutive hits for the Brew Crew. Now first and second with 2 away.
Yeah, Ryan Braun's starting to pull the ball a little bit. That's his 3rd hit in this series that he's been able to hit into left field. He's been hitting a lot to the opposite field, back through the middle to right field. And another base hit in that hole between 3rd and short.
Now to bring up Gerardo Parra. Shelby Miller had retired 11 consecutive batters to start the game, and now 3 consecutive hits, giving Parra a chance with 2 on, 2 out. Parra is now 4 for 9 in the series, and Miller starts him with a hook for a strike. Parra homered here on Tuesday night. Plated the first run of the series for the Brewers. And that was a night you weren't expecting many home runs. Wind was blowing in. The temperatures were in the upper 50s that night.
And most of the deep fly balls that were caught were in the gaps. Left center field, around the right. Get him down the line, you have a shot.
No balls, 2 strikes. Parra with Ramirez at second, Braun at first, and Gerardo slices one foul. Had him out in front, but able to foul it off to stay alive.
Shelby Miller using that backdoor curveball quite a bit, trying to catch the outside corner with it for these left-handed hitters. And he's been able to do it pretty effectively.
And down he goes. Miller with a fastball strikes out Parra to win the inning. But the Brewers score. They get a 2-out rally. Lucroy doubles, a record-setting double, and then Ramirez drives him in on the next pitch. And the Brew Crew on the board first tonight, 1-0 as we head to the home fourth. A Ramirez RBI single. Well, Saturday college football returns, Rock. Louisville battles FIU on Fox Sports 1. That's Florida International. Followed by fourth-ranked Oklahoma taking on West Virginia. That game's on Fox. And then San Diego State and Oregon State back on FS1. Coverage starts at 2:30 Central on FS1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
Be able to watch a couple of them. The Brewers have a night game.
Matt Holliday leads off, skies one to left field, and Parra with room. Boy, Holliday hit that a mile high. The only thing that kept it in the ballpark.
He's had a couple of near misses in this series. Pulled one down the line last night, just barely fouled. That was off Mike Fiers. Then he hit a bullet into left center that Parra was able to run down in the first game of the series.
So one away. Here is Matt Adams, who flew out to center field his last time up. Adams into left center field. Parra closing fast, and he can't make the play. Adams will be held to a single. Gomez was there to back it up. And the normally sure-handed Gerardo Parra, he might have lost that one in the lights.
Yeah, he got there. I think he overslid it. Surprised he didn't have it in his glove. Bank of lights. Sometimes the ball gets lost in there a little bit. Doesn't seem like he's having a problem with the lights, but just flat missed it.
You don't see that often from the Gold Glover. That was a break for the Cardinals as Adams will reach. That'll be a single for him. First hit of the ball game for St. Louis. And here is Johnny Peralta now with a runner at first and one out. Tough way to give up your first hit. Parra's been so good in the outfield, you almost write that one in when it leaves the bat. He's been catching everything. Now we'll see if Loesch can come back and get a ground ball here. Loesch does get some double plays.
And no team grounds into more double plays than the St. Louis Cardinals. Peralta's grounded into his fair share this year. Johnny Peralta's grounded into 18.
Only Matt Holliday has more on the club. He has 19. And there's a ground ball to third. Ramirez got to hurry it up over to second for one. Jeanette's relay is in time for the out and a double play. Boy, Scooter stood right in there with big Matt Adams like a freight train coming in on him. And a 5-4-3 double play. Nicely done. Loesch works around a single and gets through the fourth.
Cardinals, time to check in with the crew in the community. Brewers Community Foundation harnesses the pride, passion, and commitment of Brewer fans, players, and other supporters to positively impact the lives of children and their families in the greater Milwaukee and Wisconsin areas. Thank you for joining us in our efforts to make a difference as the BCF caps off another very successful campaign.
Yeah, did a great job this year. Always love to stand by the Brewers Community Foundation. From the auction to the 50-50 raffle, all of the various community events, and we commend the players for being heavily involved again this year as well. Nice touch. Matt Clark will lead off for the Brew Crew here in the fifth inning. Miller struck him out looking in the third. And Clark not wasting any time. He slaps one into left center field, a base hit, thinking about two here, and he will hold up. He took a big turn. Cardinals did a good job cutting that off, but a leadoff single for Clark.
Well, you like the approach of Matt Clark. I mean, pulling the hands in and shooting that ball into left center. We've seen him do that quite a bit. He's got a home run to the opposite field in his short time with the team. A good extension, finishes high and gets some good backspin on that baseball as he hits it hard into the gap.
Renicky going with 2 September call-ups back-to-back in the batting order today with Clark and Hector Gomez. Gomez batting 8th. Hector has good power. He hit a bunch of home runs in AAA this season. Gomez hit 15 home runs, had 49 runs batted in 121 games. That game-winning RBI he had on Tuesday in the 12th inning. It was a little flare over the head of Matt Adams. It scored Carlos Gomez, and the Brewers were able to hang on to win that game. But that was his first career major league run batted in. He had gotten a chance in the big leagues briefly with the Rockies in 2011. He played in just 2 games. Didn't have a hit, nor did he drive in a run in 11. But This is going to be a great memory the rest of his life. His first Major League RBI, won a ball game in a pennant race.
Well, he's not going to say it was a little flare just out of the reach of the first baseman. That's a bullet into right field when he tells his grandkids.
That's right. Probably could have stretched it into a double, right?
But it's an RBI, and the Brewers picked up a huge win on Tuesday.
0-2 pitch and a little half swing foul. Count stays at no balls and 2 strikes. Hector Gomez, a .282 hitter in AAA this season. His second start at short. He made a start on the 13th of September against the Reds, back on the last homestand. And down he goes. Miller powers a fastball past him. And a strikeout, first out of the 5th. Miller with 4 Ks now. Hey, now time for you to tweet us your photos. Just make sure you use the hashtag WisFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming broadcast. It's all brought to you by AT&T. Four Ks for Miller. He retired the first 11 before the Brewers were able to score a run last inning. A double by Lucroy, an RBI single by Ramirez. As Loesch takes a strike, showing bunt early. Loesch is a good bunter. He handles the bat well. Usually helps his cause at the plate. Has 8 sacrifice bunts this year. And he gets the bunt down. Miller's going to second base, throws it into center field. Shelby Miller with a throwing error, and now first and second with 1 out.
Yeah, take the sure out at first base on that. Of course, a good throw. I mean, a decent throw is going to get the out at second. Bunts it a little bit too hard. That'll be an error on Miller. A good throw gets him, but the Brewers are set up here in this 5th inning. He's kind of caught up in his footwork a little bit. Didn't crow hop, kind of flat-footed, and the baseball sailed on him.
Just the second error all season for Shelby Miller, and it could be a big one here. If he gets the out at second, you know he's thinking about a double play. Cardinals were hoping to turn 2 with Loesch running. Instead, first and second and 1 out. Here's Gomez, and a big swing and a miss. Shelby Miller is burying Carlos Gomez with high fastballs. And it's 0-2, and there's another high fastball. Well, something's got to budge here for Gomez. He's going to have to either get Miller down or stop chasing those high fastballs.
Taking some big hacks up there at the plate.
Miller struck him out in the first. He flew out, did Gomez in the 4th. Brewers do not have a lot of speed on the base pads right now. 1-2, and Gomez, wow, he chased one. That's the highest fastball he's thrown. Somehow Gomez got a bat on that ball at 95 miles an hour.
Yeah, up around the neck. I mean, it's awfully difficult to get a piece of it, but he did. In swing mode right here.
Makes you wonder if he's vulnerable to a curveball at this point. Does Miller have the guts to throw it in a spot like this? He's been effective with that fastball. We'll see what Molina wants. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and another one misses.
What you try and do when you have a guy swinging the pitches up like that, just keep going higher and higher, but Miller did that, threw one about chin high, but Gomez able to stay alive.
Count is even. And a fastball bounced to short. Peralta to second, and they get the out there. No chance to get Gomez. But a good play by Peralta to Wong. And that'll be the second out of the inning. It's first and third for the Brewers now.
Yeah, Gomez able to beat that play at first base. That's a big move because now you got Jeanette and Lucroy coming up. Jeanette's hit the ball hard both times he's been at the plate tonight. Keep the inning alive with that good speed.
And you wonder if Carlos is going to try to steal a base here. Well, Jeanette has hit the ball right on the barrel twice. He lined out, pulled one in the first inning to right field, and then lined out to Holiday in left field his last time up. First and third, 2 outs. Brewers scored a run last inning with 2 outs. And Jeanette had a good hack, but he fouls it back.
Another high fastball. I always tell when a hitter feels as though he missed a good pitch to hit, they walk around, they try and stay pretty stoic. You never, what's the old saying, you never want to let them see a sweat, right?
That's right.
Can't miss those pitches that you feel as though you can drive somewhere.
And Jeanette, a ground ball. Adams off his glove, and that'll leak into the grass. And Carlos keeps running, and he'll end up at third base. So a run scores. Clark scores the run. And Gomez took a peek, saw the ball trickling away from Wong, and he goes all the way to third base. It's 2-0 Milwaukee.
Yeah, Adams ranging a little far away from first base. Let's see where Wong is. I think he makes this play easily. I mean, he's going to be standing right there waiting for that baseball. If Adams let it go, it's going to be the end of the inning. But as it stands, Adams goes after it right off the end of the glove. It scoots toward the middle of the field. Brewers with a run in, and Gomez gets to third base. They had Wong shaded in the hole. He would have been waiting for it had Adams not touched it.
And that will be an error on Matt Adams. Allows the second run to score for the Brew Crew.
2 errors in the inning, and the Cardinals have been a pretty good defensive club all season.
And now here is Lucroy with runners at first and third, 2 away. Shelby Miller had the throwing error on the bunt by Loesch. That opened up the inning, and now Adams committing the error at first base. Lucroy trying to cash him in here. Lucroy is the National League leader in doubles. He's also the Major League leader in doubles with 52. He is one off a Brewers franchise record held by Lyle Overbay. He'd love to get it right here. No balls and a strike on Lucroy. 1-1.
Doubled on the curveball his last time up on a 1-2 pitch. See if the Cardinals stay away from the breaking pitch.
There's only been 3 players in franchise history with 50 or more doubles. Ramirez did it 2 years ago. Overbay, the franchise leader, back in 04. One ball, 1 strike. And Lucroy right back at Miller, who makes the play, and Lucroy is retired. So the inning is over, but the Brewers get a run. A couple of errors by the Cardinals. 2-0 Milwaukee. 2-0 over the Cardinals here as we go to the bottom half of the fifth. Carsoup.com trivia tonight. Which current Brewers coach appeared in the '87 World Series with St. Louis? That's a good one. Yadier Molina will lead off for St. Louis. Kyle Lohse ran into a little trouble in the third. He hit a batter and walked a batter. And then it was a line drive out by John Jay that ended the inning. He hit it right at Ramirez. Lohse gave up a single in the fourth inning, but then got a double play off the bat of Johnny Peralta. So here he goes against Molina in the fifth. His old battery mate here in St. Louis. And a guy that knows him about as well as anyone.
And he's hit him pretty well, too. 11 for 21 is Molina, career against Lohse, with 3 home runs. Almost hit one out his first time up in his second inning. Lohse has got good stuff tonight. He's been able to keep the baseball down for the most part. Mixing his pitches well. Picking up right where he left off against the Reds.
There's a ground ball to Jeanette. And Molina is retired. One away for Lohse in the fifth.
And that fastball right on the outside corner.
One away for Oscar Taveras. Last time up, Taveras grounded to second. Cardinals just roll out prospect after prospect. They do a great job in their player development system. And they bring up players from their minor league system who typically contribute. And they've gotten a lot of great pitching over the last few years. That ball's whistled over to Jeanette. He catches it in the air. Taveras is out. Another line drive out by the Cardinals, and 2 away for Lohse in the fifth.
Yeah, it's all about that positioning of the defense, and the Brewers do that as well as any team. Kind of hurt him a little bit in last night's ball game. The Cardinals able to beat the shift a couple of times, but it doesn't hurt them all that often. Ordinarily exactly where they should be. Garth Orge in control of the infield. Ed Cedar positions the outfield.
So 2 outs. Here is Colton Wong, who was hit by a pitch his last time up. He shows bunt, takes a ball. Wong did not start last night's game. Matheny had Descalso at second base last night.
I don't see too many number 8 hitters with 11 home runs. Wong's been used all over that batting order.
A couple of those against Milwaukee. 2-0 pitch, and Wong sends one in the air foul. Tried to jump on one and pulls it foul. Cardinals signed Mark Ellis this offseason, thinking he would be insurance in case Wong couldn't hack it in the big leagues. Made it up last year, got 59 at-bats in the big leagues last season. He was a .300 hitter in 3 years in the minor leagues.
Had a quick bat. He likes that pitch inside. Last 2 pitches from Lohse. Inside or even off the inside corner. Quick bat in there. But he does a very good job hitting the ball to the opposite field, too.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Lohse delivers, and a swing and a foul. Lohse goes with the high fastball this time.
Little difference in velocity between the two, Miller and Kyle Lohse.
About 6 miles an hour, 6 or 7.
Pretty close to that.
We'll see how Lohse counters it here. Another 2-2 on the way, and a breaking ball rolled out to Ramirez. A nice pickup and a throw in time to get him. So the Cardinals hit the ball hard, but the Brewers standing right where they go. 3 up, 3 down for Loesch. Game tonight for Milwaukee as they try to win this series. Don't forget Saturday MLB returns to Fox. Tigers Royals, or you can see the NL West leading Dodgers take on the Cubs, and then on Fox Sports 1 it's the Cardinals and the Reds. Action starts at 11:30 a.m. Central on Fox, continues at 6 p.m. Central on FS1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go as well. The Red Sox just scored in the 8th inning. David Ortiz struck out to end the inning, however, and the Pirates take a 3-2 lead into the bottom of the 8th in Pittsburgh. We'll keep an eye on it for you. Aramis Ramirez leads off. He had an RBI single his last time up. Drove in the first run of the game. And Ramirez down the line, backhanded Carpenter, and Ramirez is out. Boy, it's been some good defense in this game. The Cardinals have committed 2 errors, but a lot of hard hit balls that the defenders have made good plays on.
Yeah, Carpenter in particular with some nice soft hands. I mean, he's able to keep everything in his glove. Doesn't have much of a throwing arm, but right over the top, straight as a string over to first base, and gets rid of it quickly. Gets the job done over there at third.
One away for Shelby Miller. Here's Ryan Braun now. He singled his last time up. He knocked one through the hole between third and short. And Braun off the shin of Miller right to Adams for the out, and that hurt Miller. Well, that hit him flush on the leg.
It's kind of the way it's going for the Brewers when they hit the baseball hard. A lot of times in this series. This one, Braun hits a bullet right off the shin of Miller and over to first base for the out. In the air, right on that left shin, or the right shin, I should say. And that's the way the luck's been going for Ryan Braun, right to Adams.
That hurt him. Bad break for Braun.
And right now, that's about as good as that's going to feel for Shelby Miller. He's going to continue to stiffen up.
He's trying to throw. He's got to prove he can make a pitch here. And it took a little time before he threw that ball.
And right now he's running on adrenaline, but he goes into that dugout and sits down. It's going to really stiffen up on him. A direct shot by Ryan Braun.
Well, he says he's all right. 2 outs in the inning here. He shoes Matheny and the athletic trainer away.
Hey, to thank their fans for the tremendous support this season, the Brewers are giving away scratch-off cards to all fans at Miller Park on Sunday, September 28th for the regular season finale against the Cubs. Every fan is guaranteed a prize ranging from 2015 tickets to game-used memorabilia. Go to Brewers.com for information.
All right, 2 up, 2 down. Couple of hard hit balls in this inning by the Brewers. It's been a theme of the night for both teams. And here is Gerardo Parra, who is 0 for 2 tonight. Parra was at the plate with 2 on in the 4th inning. He struck out. He's had a good series, though. 4 hits in the series in the first 2 games. Brewers are going to get on a plane tonight, head to Pittsburgh, where they will start a series tomorrow night. 3 games at PNC Park. They're expecting sellout crowds in Pittsburgh this weekend. 1 ball, 1 strike on Parra. And a ground ball to Wong. And that will do it. So we'll keep an eye on Shelby Miller, see how that ankle holds up. It's a 3 up, 3 down. 2-0 Brewers lead. Johnson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Without a heart, it's just a machine. By the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. And by Miller Lite, now in the original can, it's Miller time. On our way to the bottom of the 6th inning in St. Louis. Great to have you with us tonight on Fox Sports Wisconsin. You're looking at Daniel Descalso, and looks like he's going to pinch hit for Shelby Miller. So you can get into the Cardinal bullpen. Seth Maness will be next up for St. Louis. 2-0 our score. The Brewers got a run in the 4th on a Ramirez RBI single. That came with 2 outs. Scored an unearned run courtesy of 2 Cardinal errors in the 5th inning. Descalso coming off the bench. Matheny forced to use a pinch hitter a little earlier than he'd like in this game. You can almost see Shelby Miller, the way he shooed the athletic trainer away, and Matheny like, look, you guys get out of here before this thing stiffens up. I think I can get this last out.
Yeah.
And he did, and there was no hesitation to come out of the game as Descalso skies one into center field for Gomez for out number 1.
Kyle Loesch has been very efficient so far tonight. 57 pitches for Kyle Loesch. I think that 58 pitches, 36 of them for strikes. Highest pitch count inning, the 3rd. He threw 16.
As promised earlier in the broadcast, we have the AT fan photo. Don't forget to use the hashtag WisFanPhoto. It comes from Whitney. Oh, cool picture, Whitney. skydiving and a selfie at that.
Is that something you want to do?
No. I have no desire to jump out of a perfectly good airplane.
Right, that's the key. Perfectly good.
But that's up there. That's one of the top photos of the year right there. The selfie skydiving picture. Well done. No balls and a strike on Carpenter. And there's a curveball on the outside corner. 0-2 the count on the Cardinal leadoff hitter. Carpenter's 0 for 1 with a walk against Loesch tonight. Loesch has only given up 1 hit. And that could have been a play that Parra made. That hit by Adams, a slicing fly ball into left center. Parra either lost it in the lights or overran it, but he whiffed it as he was going into a slide. Not enough to score it as an error, but certainly a ball that Parra has caught in the past as Carpenter strikes out.
That front door cutter right there, catching the outside corner, and a very defensive swing by Carpenter, who continues to struggle against Kyle Loesch.
Got 1 hit in his career against Loesch. He's 0 for 2 tonight. 2 quick ones for Loesch for John Jay. And Jay on the first pitch lines one into right field, a base hit. Just out of reach for Scooter Gennett. Jay, who lined out his last time up, gets one to drop, and just the second Cardinal hit of the night.
And try to get the fastball by him. Get that first pitch strike, left it out over the plate, and Jay hit a bullet into right field.
Well, that's a big hit for St. Louis. It gets their biggest power threat and their top run producer at the plate, and Matt Holliday, who is 0 for 2 tonight. He hit one deep to left his last time up, but he hit it a mile high. Too much air under it to hit it out. If he hits it more on the barrel, it is going to go way out of here.
And he just went right back to the fastball again. This one on the outer half of the plate. A first pitch fastball he nearly hit out. Then Loesch thinking he's going to be looking for something else, so he got the fastball by him.
2 outs. Holliday, the tying run at the plate. Loesch will be very careful with Holliday, who has good career numbers against him. Holliday's homered in his career against Kyle Loesch. He's now 10 for 60. And that one misses outside. I beg your pardon, 10 for 30 lifetime, not 10 for 60. 10 for 30 career with a home run.
Danger pitch right here, 2-1.
And now 3-1. Matt Adams due next. Holliday doesn't chase much, especially in at-bats such as these, when he knows Adams is behind him, more than capable of hitting one out of the ballpark. And Holliday chases one here, ground ball to Gomez in time for the out, and Kyle Loesch gets a big one on a 3-1 pitch. Holliday is retired, and Loesch still working on a shutout. Kyle Lohse is pitching a dandy here tonight, working on a shutout. Carsoup.com trivia: which current Brewers coach appeared in the '87 World Series with the Cardinals? And if you said Lee Tunnell, you would be correct. Matter of fact, he had a couple of appearances in the World Series. Known mostly as a Pittsburgh Pirate. And Tunnell still has a lot of fans in Pittsburgh, where we are headed next. New pitcher Rockies Randy Choate.
Yeah, Lee Tunnell, man of few words, isn't he?
He did have some words of encouragement today. He said, came out, everybody stretching, goes, clapped his hands, he goes, "Come on, us."
He was beside himself. As Randy Choate takes over for the 55th time this year, an earned run average just a touch under 5, a ground ball pitcher. One of 5 left-handers down in that Cardinals bullpen. Randy Choate, first appearance in this series.
Well, Renick's going to counter with Mark Reynolds. So Reynolds will pinch hit for Clark, likely to stay in the game at first base. Brewers lead 2-0. And you got a whole bevy full of high velocity pitchers in that Cardinal bullpen. Choate is not one of those. And the Brewers hope to take advantage here.
And this might be 1 and out for Choate.
Seth Maness continues to get loose. And he was warming the last inning as well. There's a swing, a slow roller. Carpenter can't make the play. And Reynolds will reach on an infield hit.
That certainly had to do that. I think if he got it with the glove and then made the throw out of the glove, he might have had a chance. He might have forgotten who's running down the line. A little bit of a late break out of the box. Reynolds, no base burner. You saw Carpenter playing behind the bag. It was do or die, and Mark Reynolds in with a base hit.
All right, Matheny will make the change here. So just one batter face for Choate, gives up an infield hit. And here comes Maness. We'll take a break.
Inning pitching change in St. Louis, and the Brewers' final regular season home series of 2014 starts Friday, September 26th and runs through September 28th as the Brewers face off against the Cubs to close out the 2014 regular season. Call 902-4000 and go to Brewers.com to get your tickets today.
Seth Maness is on the mound for St. Louis. Coming in for Randy Choate. He will work from the stretch with a runner at first. And has been a good middle reliever for the Cardinals this year.
Yes, he has. He's been very good at outstanding inherited base runner, 67th appearance. Great numbers for Maness, a 278 earned run average, and a ground ball pitcher. Has given up to 6 home runs. And Mike Matheny not afraid to use him in multiple innings.
Brewers trying to tack on some runs here. They lead 2-0. One of those an unearned run. Cardinals committed 2 errors in the 5th. Shelby Miller was hit by a Ryan Braun line drive right on the shin. He did get the last out last inning, but was unable to return. So Choate to Maness. Here's Hector Gomez with Mark Reynolds at first.
I don't see Ron Rennicky pulling Kyle Osh at this point, which is probably why you're not going to see a bunt here. Osh with a 2-hit shutout going.
Hector Gomez in his second career start for the Brewers. 0 for 2 so far tonight. He grounded to third in the 3rd inning, and then he struck out his last time up. Both of those at-bats were against Miller. Top of the 7th, a lead man on for Milwaukee, and that one is inside for a ball.
Another one of those bloops in the right would work well here, especially with Adams holding the runner at first. Take anything you can get offensively in this series.
Now Maness with the sinker, trying to get a double play ball from Gomez. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Seth Maness, 3rd pitcher used for Matheny. Miller went 6 innings, gave up 2 runs, 1 earned. He committed an error that led to the run, a throwing error on a bunt. Yeah, Gomez fouls it away, just got a piece of it.
He just continues to swing over the top of it. Maness with a good 2-seam fastball. That's why he gets all those ground ball outs.
One and 2 now. And Gomez, another foul ball. Stays alive. We saw a lot of Hector this spring. He played very well this spring. Put himself on the map. Gets a September call up, and who'd have thought he'd be starting games in a pennant race and winning games in a pennant race. And down he goes. So Maness strikes him out. And the first out of the inning. Reynolds still at first base. Here comes Loesch.
It took a little off that last pitch at 83 miles an hour. Maybe a little change up.
Cardinals expecting a bunt from Loesch. He squares early. And hit the bat twice. A foul ball. As long as you're in the batter's box, that's all right. And there's a good bunt to the right side. Adams will shovel it over to first. Sacrifice for Loesch. That'll advance Reynolds into scoring position. Now 2 men are out. We go back to the top of the order in Gomez.
Another well-executed bunt by Kyle Lois. Was not credited with the sacrifice the last time he dropped one down. An E2 and a fielder's choice. This time he does get a sacrifice bunt, his 9th of the season.
All right, well, we'll see if the Brewers can cash one in with 2 away here in the 7th. Gomez is 0 for 3 tonight. And a ground ball. Peralta gloves it, throws in time to get him. And the Cardinal bullpen leaves a runner at second base. We'll check in with Jeff Grayson. He's got an update from Pittsburgh after this. All right, Jeff, thanks. As Matt Adams leads off, line drive right field over the head of Braun. But Braun plays it well off the fence and holds Adams to a long single.
Boy, he can hit him as hard as anybody and hit it too hard to even get an extra base hit out of it. Ryan Braun knew it was over his head, played it well. A curveball, first pitch curveball. And Adams all over it. And Ryan Braun plays it perfectly off that wall out and right. Big man gets extension. He can hit him hard.
2 hits tonight for Adams. There was a controversial play in that game, in that Pittsburgh-Boston game. The Red Sox had runners at first and third and nobody out in that 9th inning. And I'm sure it's a play you're going to see later, but there was a batted ball that hit the pinch runner Jemile Weeks, and the umpire said he was in fair territory, so he was called out, which is a huge base running mistake.
Right.
But the Pirates, or rather the Red Sox, argued that he was in foul territory and it should have been a foul ball.
Not reviewable.
Well, Pittsburgh behind Melanson, and his 30th save hung on to win. Garrett Cole got the win. Their ace is now 10-5. Boy, Pittsburgh is red hot.
Yes, they are.
And you got to give them credit. They're winning games when they need to the most. The Brewers are trying to do all they can to keep pace with them. But now Pittsburgh is 3 games ahead of Milwaukee in the loss column. A win tonight by the Brewers would keep them 2.5 back, but 3 in the loss column is the differential. They'll make up that game on Monday. The Brewers are off Monday. The Pittsburgh Pirates will start a series with Atlanta A 4-gamer beginning Monday. Well, Brewers just have to play as best they can and win as many games as they can. And they've got a chance to win a series against the Cardinals. Got a key stretch here in the 7th inning with a man on to start the inning. Johnny Peralta at the plate in a 3-0 count. Now 3-1.
Yeah, the home run leader on this ball club, so be careful.
Hard to know who the Cardinals are rooting for right now. Pittsburgh is right on the heels of St. Louis. They've got a chance to be a game and a half back in the division race if the Brewers win tonight. There's a called strike just in there. 3-2 on Johnny Peralta.
Yep, cut fastball that started in off the corner and caught the edge. Supposed to be away. A good miss right on the inside corner.
Peralta jackknifing there as if it almost hit him. Full count. Runner at first, nobody out. Loesch has been dynamite tonight. But there's always questions about Loesch when you get third time through the batting order. And he pushed through here. His pitch count is in great shape. He's only thrown 75 pitches at this point. Got a dangerous hitter. And a hitter next in Molina, who's had a lot of success against Loesch. Full count. We'll do it again. Loesch delivers, and Peralta fouls another one off.
Right down the middle of that cut fastball. Loesch got away with that one. He has hit the ball hard both his times up tonight.
Another payoff from Loesch. And Peralta fouls another one off. So Loesch keeps pouring in the strikes, but Peralta keeps spoiling them.
Brewers have avoided, or at least tried to avoid, throwing Peralta curveballs. A lot of the home runs he's hit against Milwaukee have come on curveballs. Cutters and fastballs so far tonight from Kyle Loesch.
Another 3-2 pitch from Loesch. Peralta in the air, shallow center field. Gomez coming in, and a big out for Kyle Loesch as he retires Johnny Peralta. First out of the inning. Miller Lite, what's on tap? Here's the pitching probables. The upcoming series against the Pirates. Gallardo and Jeff Locke. You got Volquez against Garza Saturday. And then the noon airtime Sunday, Peralta goes for Milwaukee. And the Pirates have not yet announced a starting pitcher. Pittsburgh has won 11 of their last 13 games. Swinging the bat well, scoring a lot of runs. Their pitching's been great. Their bullpen's been better.
Yeah, but Gallardo's 12-5 career against the Pirates in 25 starts.
It's getting to the point where the Brewers are going to need a sweep against the Pirates. At least 2 out of 3 for sure. There's a bouncer. Ramirez has it to second for one. Jeanette to first in time. Molina hits it sharply, but right at Ramirez. The atom balls are racking up tonight. The Brewers go around the horn to turn a double play for the second time in this game. And Loesch, 7 shutout. of defensive plays. The Cardinals have hit the ball hard a lot tonight, but Ramirez, quick reactions, gloves it, starts a 5-4-3 double play to end the 7th. Here we go to the 8th inning now. Aramis Ramirez. And the Brewers with 145 team home runs this season on the Powerball home run leaderboard. Aramis has 15 of those. Gerardo Parra, the last to homer for Milwaukee. That was on Tuesday night.
The Brewers have dropped to 5th in the National League in home runs. They have not hit that many in the month of September. Could use a couple tonight.
Scooter Gennett will lead off. We play in the 8th. By the way, Gennett's last at bat, it was a scoring change as he grounds to third base. Carpenter makes the play for out number 1. So they changed it from an error on Adams to a hit and an RBI for Gennett. So he's 1 for 4 tonight.
That's a good call. That wasn't a routine play by Adams, although if he let it go, it would have been an out.
Still an unearned run. But no error for Adams. So RBIs tonight from Gennett and Ramirez. Jonathan Lucroy had a record-setting double in the 4th inning, scored the first run. Now the National League record holder by himself for doubles in a season by a catcher. And his next double will make it a major league record, and that one is foul down the line. He made a run at it. Pudge Rodriguez in 96, 45 doubles. That's where Lucroy is. Lucroy has 52 doubles overall. The other 7 coming either as a first baseman or as a designated hitter.
It's been 9 games after tonight to get it.
Let's hope he shatters the record. Lucroy trying to do something that has not been done in the modern era of baseball. Lead the league in doubles from the catching position. And he is the league leader right now by a long shot.
And one of the reasons why you don't see catchers do that, because they don't play every day. A lot of guys don't play as much as Lucroy. Molina's a guy that catches every day. So did Pudge Rodriguez. And now Lucroy. They're back there enough to be able to break those records.
One ball, 2 strikes on Lucroy with 1 away.
Speaks well to their durability. Lucroy been able to stay healthy. Wants to be in the lineup every day. Ron Renegie's had a difficult time trying to give him a day off.
And especially with a batting order that has scuffled as it has, the Brewers aren't scoring many runs. Had that outburst on Sunday against Cincinnati, but in a lot of games just like this, low scoring affairs. Got to give a lot of credit to Kyle Loesch tonight. He's through 7. He's working on a shutout. He'll be back out there for the 8th inning. Got the bottom of the order coming up.
And Jonathan Broxton walking around out on that bullpen mound out there in left field.
Tough at bat here by Lucroy. Hangs in there against Manus. Count remains at 1-2. I'll be curious to see what Renicky does here. Typically likes Broxton, and any setup man, you like him to start a clean inning, but Loesch is pitching so well and his pitch count is so low, you might send him back out. We'll see. Fly ball, shallow right, foul territory. It's Adams over the shoulder, makes the catch. Oh, Matt Adams, he's made a couple of terrific plays in foul territory tonight.
It fell into the seats, catching one off of the bat of Kyle Loesch. Back in the 3rd inning and able to go back, keep his eye on the baseball, and make the basket catch over the shoulder.
So 2 men are out. Jeanette and Lucroy retired. Here is Ramirez. First ball swinging, a base hit to center. He has been on the attack on the first pitch here tonight. 2 hits.
How many pitches has he seen?
By my count, he has seen 6 in his 4 at-bats.
3 was at-bats. He went after the first pitch. 6th inning, grounded to third. I'm not sure how many pitches he saw there. What, 3?
He's having a good night. He drove in the first run. That was a 2-out RBI hit in the 4th. And he is aboard for Ryan Braun. This is a spot where the Brewers could use a long ball. Try to tack on a couple of runs here. Braun sitting on 19 home runs this season.
And most of his home runs this year have come into right center field. Right center, right field. Tough to elevate Seth Maness with that 2-seam fastball, that sinker.
And a ground ball. Peralta across the diamond for the out. That will end the inning. Maness gives Matheny and the Cardinals 2 scoreless innings. And now we will wait and see. Is it Loesch or is it Broxton? Head to the bottom of the 8th. 2-0 Brew Crew. Night for the Brewers, with the Pirates already winning tonight, sweeping the Boston Red Sox. Loesch has done his part thus far. He's been very efficient, coming off an 11-pitch 7th inning. He has 7 shutout on the board, and the bottom of the order coming up. Oscar Taveras leads off for St. Louis.
Any sign of trouble? You got Jonathan Broxton ready to go in that bullpen. Ryan Rennie's probably going to give him 1 base runner, and that's it.
A swinging strike on Taveras. Got another lefty coming up next in Colton Wong. Then the pitcher spot. Loesch has gotten 2 double plays tonight, wiping out a couple of hits. He's only given up 3 hits. Taveras lined out his last time up. He hit one sharply right at Jeanette. Been a lot of that tonight for both clubs.
Yeah.
One ball, two strikes. And Taveras fouls it away, had him out in front.
It's kind of the way it's been this entire series. There's only been 9 runs scored so far in this 3-game series by both teams combined. 9. That's it.
It was a stretch from the first inning on Tuesday night to the 7th inning yesterday. The Cardinals went 17 consecutive scoreless innings. And St. Louis has only scored in 2 innings thus far in this entire series. Good enough to get a win for them yesterday with Wainwright on the mound, who threw a shutout. Brewers had a 12-inning win on Tuesday, a 3-2 final score. One ball, two strikes. And Taveras hits it sharply back up the middle, a base hit.
Yep, high heat. Able to tomahawk it, got on top of it and hit it hard into center field. That's a pretty good swing by Taveras on a pitch out of the strike zone. Well, let's see what Ron Roenicke does now.
They got Colton Wong coming up. They are going to pinch run for Taveras at first base. Roenicke does not look like he's in a position to make a change, so Peter Borges is going to run for Taveras at first.
Staying with him. And looking for a ground ball. Tough to double up Wong, though. He can run. Both of these guys pretty fast.
Wong is 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch in the 3rd. He grounded out his last time up. And a swing and a miss had him out in front of it. That Vulcan grip changeup from Kyle Loesch.
Yeah, Wong doesn't miss too many fastballs that are in the strike zone. You can get him on the soft stuff. Better get it down in the strike zone. See if Borges tries to run.
And Wong sends one deep but foul. Yikes. Hit it a mile. Certainly had the distance, but he is out in front of it a touch.
That's that fastball. I mean, he likes the fastball. He gets good swings on that pitch.
No balls, two strikes.
Got on top of it just like Taveras did and nearly hit one out of here.
Well, the sellout crowd, over 44,000, getting revved up here. Lead man on for the Cardinals. 0-2 the count on Wong. And a bouncing ball. Loesch has it to second, out there, and Gomez wisely holds the baseball. Good play by Loesch, who stuck with it. And the first out of the inning as Loesch gets the lead out at second base.
Yeah, no chance you're going to turn 2. Not with those 2 guys. Wong at the plate, Borges at first. Watch how quickly Borges gets to second base and makes an attempt to take out Gomez at second base. He gets there and really wouldn't have mattered anyway.
Well, and now Roenicke is going to make the move. Once the Cardinals announce the pinch hitter, A.J. Pierzynski, Roenicke makes the call for Jonathan Broxton. So Loesch, 7 1/3. Outstanding outing tonight when the Brewers needed it most. Loesch is on his way out. That's his best start against the Cardinals this year. He'll turn it over to the pen. We'll take a break. The story tonight, what a great start for Loesch. 7 in the third innings. He's in our shining moment of the game, brought to you by Marshfield Clinic, and was able to get some big outs, even in hitters counts, and 2 double plays tonight for Loesch.
Only 2 strikeouts, 1 walk, but able to manage his pitch count very well. And an excellent slider, cutter, whatever you want to call it, but those 2 double plays really helped him. Almost got one there. A very nice play to get that comebacker, and 7 1/3 scoreless for Kyle Loesch so far.
Still has a runner at first. That's his responsibility. Reneke's going to give the ball to Jonathan Broxton. And Loesch can only watch at this point. Broxton, appearance number 59 of the year. He began the year with the Reds, was acquired by the Brewers earlier this month. And he has not allowed a run as a Milwaukee Brewer at this point.
Yeah, 4th amongst National League relievers with that 1.62 earned run average. He's been outstanding.
Broxton facing A.J. Pierzynski, the pinch hitter. And a bouncing ball right to first, and Reynolds steps on the bag.
Thought it was 2 outs.
Didn't know how many outs there were. That could have been a double play. Instead, the Brewers get just 1. Boy, those are mistakes you just can't make.
That is a double play ball with Pierzynski running for sure. You can't make those kind of mistakes. I mean, that's about as routine a double play. You got a slow runner at first. If he just makes the throw to second and then goes back to first, it's a double play. But the inning alive, tying run at the plate, that's a big mistake by Mark Reynolds.
It's just a concentration problem. Got to know the situation here, especially this time of year. Now you get back to the tough part of the lineup. See if Broxton can pitch through that. Here is Matt Carpenter. Runner at second with 2 outs.
You got a singles hitter up there with great speed at second base. You know, if nothing else, you may get the out at second base, even if you can't turn the double play. You got a man at first instead of second.
Well, that is a gift wrap double play on 1 hop to Reynolds. You got Pierzynski not moving well. Plenty of time to turn that one. Instead, 2 outs, runner at second, and Broxton falling behind Carpenter 2-0. Well, let's hope that doesn't hurt him here. Two and nothing. Carpenter's 0 for 2 with a walk tonight. And 3 balls and no strikes. John Jay due up next.
Yeah, walk here. You bring the go-ahead run to home plate. And you start to get into the power of this batting order.
There's a strike. Broxton with 2 away. Those a lot of fastballs, well-placed fastballs with velocity. Carpenter hits the fastball about as well as anyone in the Cardinal lineup. Hitters count 3-1. Broxton sends one in, and Carpenter fouls it back. That one came in at 95.
Yep, right down the middle of the plate. A little bit above the knees. Good pitch to hit as Kyle Loesch looks on.
Broxton as a Brewer appearing for the 8th time. He's only given up 3 hits in his 7 2/3 scoreless innings as a Brewer. Full count, 2 outs, big pitch, and Carpenter fouls it away. Went back to the heat. His best fastball yet at 96.
Broxton's fastball fairly straight, but boy, he comes at you. Big, tall right-hander. Almost appears as though he's handing the baseball to the catcher. So tall. Don't have a whole lot of time to decide whether you're going to swing or not.
They'll do it again. Another payoff coming. We got John Jay due up next. 2-0 Milwaukee. Bottom of the 8th. And he lost him. Carpenter draws the walk. And now the tying run is on. The go-ahead run will come to the plate. And that play by Reynolds at first is looking larger and larger here.
And you just can't make mistakes against teams like the Cardinals like that. Just can't do it.
Nobody feels worse than Reynolds. Now Broxton having to dial it in now. You got Jay, who's been a very good hitter this year. He's been one of their best this season. It's their highest batting average this year. He's 1 for 3 tonight, and he lined out in the 3rd. He's hit the ball sharply twice. And another guy who can handle the fastball. 2 on, 2 out. John Jay at the plate. He's only faced him once. That's hard to believe, right? In a career. Jay in the Central Division all these years. Broxton pitching for the Reds the last 3 years. Here's a 1-0. Jay in the air. Foul. That'll slice in the seats.
Yeah, got it by him. 96 miles an hour. Got it down the middle of the plate. Broxton doesn't mess around too much with an off-speed pitch. Going to come right after you with a fastball.
Broxton's overall ERA is 4th best among National League relievers, even during his time in Cincinnati. A 1.62 earned run average. Trying to get the last out here in this 8th inning. The 1-1, Jay fouls it away. 1-2 the count on John Jay.
A little bit late, a little bit underneath both times. Yeah, but the more you see, the more better chance you have if you're John Jay to center on one. John Jay, a good low ball hitter.
A ball and 2 strikes. Broxton deals. Jay takes a ball. Count evens at 2-2. Well, the last guy you want to see at the plate in this inning is on deck, Matt Holliday. Looming large in the on-deck circle right now. The Brewers have their outfielders very deep, trying to cut off any extra base hit. 2-2 to Jay. And he lines one to left, a base hit. Parra comes up with it and will make the throw to 3rd, so a run is in. That's an RBI single for Jay. And the Cardinals are within a run, and they will get Matt Holliday to the plate.
And again, you just could tell that John Jay was starting to dial in on that fastball from Broxton. Likes the ball down. That's where he got it. Down and out over the plate, and John Jay able to lace it into left. 1 run in, and I'll tell you, Parra had a little bit of a problem with that ball. That ball gets by him. Look out. It's big trouble for the Brewers.
So Broxton back on the bump. And this game could come down to this at-bat right here. 8th inning. Here's Holliday. Tying run at 2nd. Go ahead run at 1st. 2-1 Milwaukee. Holliday, a ground ball, slow roller. Jeanette coming in, gloves, throws, and out at 1st. And immediately Matheny comes out. This might go to a challenge. If it does and it's overturned, the Cardinals are going to tie this game.
Yep, they are. They're going to take a look at it right away. They're not even going to hesitate. That play took a long time to develop. Holiday going in head first. Boy, he's safe. This game's tied. Yep. He's safe.
He is.
My goodness.
Replay was clear.
Oh, boy.
And Carpenter, who was at second base, never stopped running, so you have to finish the play. Crowd reacting to the video wall replay.
Not even close. Couldn't even have had to go to replay. Well, it took Scooter a long time to get to that baseball. I'm thinking perhaps he was thinking that ball might hit second base. And by the time he got there, Holiday able to beat it at first. What a disaster in this inning. My goodness.
Well, there's two things in question here. First, the save for the out call, and just judging by the replay, that's going to be overturned. Now, the next piece of it, the replay challenge umpires in New York will have to determine if the run would have scored.
There's no question.
The Brewers didn't finish the play. These guys were taught in spring training to play for 4 outs. Reynolds just ran off the bag.
Yep.
And didn't make a throw to the plate.
If you think it's close, you get the throw, you throw to home plate, get the out there. But there's really no decision in my mind for these umpires. I mean, pretty cut and dried. Carpenter's going to be able to score. Well, we'll see.
All right, Field and Colbreth. Safe is the call. And is he placing a runner back at third base? He is.
Wow.
He is sending Carpenter to third base.
That?
This is a huge call here. The Brewers are going to maintain the lead.
Well, there's no question that Carpenter never slowed down around third base. Now, Mike Matheny is arguing that if he continues to do it, he's going to get thrown out.
Wow.
Boy, that's a break for the Brewers. Goodness gracious.
So they are going to send Carpenter back to third base, keeps it at a 2-1 game.
I'd like to know the ruling on that and why they decided that, because Carpenter never slowed down around third. He was going to try and score the whole way. Getting an explanation is Carpenter. Boy, oh boy, what a break.
This is a major break for Milwaukee. That could just as easily gone the other way. A run could have scored to tie it. Instead, it's 2-1. Bases are loaded. The Brewers still have the lead, still a chance to get out of this inning, and now it's Matt Adams with the bases loaded. Got to be careful on this first pitch. You know, Adams is ready to hack. 2 outs in the inning. Tying run at third, and Adams takes the ball down and away.
I guess the umpires feel as though if the safe call was made that Mark Reynolds would have had time to make a throw to home plate. I'm not sure about that.
I don't either. That's not the way I understand the rule. Matter of fact, we were told specifically that infielders must keep the ball in play. Adams, a big cut. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, you take the break. See if the Brewers can capitalize. This inning should have been over a couple of different times.
One ball, 1 strike. Adams not just a power hitter, he is a good hitter for average. Broxton deals, and it's outside, ball 2. And this one is tightening up quickly. Brewers had a chance to get out of this inning with no damage. Mark Reynolds took a ground ball at first base. He just gloved it, went to the bag. He thought there were 2 outs, and that was going to end the inning. Instead of starting a double play that would have ended the inning. Cardinals have had a walk and back-to-back singles since. The 2-1. 3 balls and a strike. Well, Broxton's going to be forced to come in here now. Adams fouls it back. He knows a fastball's coming. He knows he's got to throw a strike, and he still fouled it back.
And Broxton threw a pretty good pitch on that 3-1 count. Right on the outer half of the plate. Well, the base runner is going to get a head start now. 3-2, 2 outs.
Tying run at third. Carpenter. Jay carries the go-ahead run. Full count, 2 outs. There they go. Adams swings and fouls it back. Had another big cut.
The definition of power against power right here.
Pressure pitch. Another 3-2. Runners go. Adams takes ball 4, and we are tied. RBI the easy way for Matt Adams. Bases loaded walk.
Just giving away the lead. Literally giving it away in this inning. Wrapped up in a nice tight bow. Pretty close, but off the plate. Not too bad. Good start by Loesch. Deserves better.
Not over yet. Base is still loaded. It's a 2-2 game. Broxton to face Johnny Peralta. A first pitch fastball swinger, Johnny Peralta. Knowing that Broxton can't afford to fall behind another hitter with the bases loaded. Got a strike. Got one in there on the corner. Broke his bat. Gomez over to first, up the line. Reynolds makes the catch and the tag, and the inning is over. But a mental mistake leads to a run coming in, 2 as a matter of fact, and we're all tied as we go to the ninth. Bottom of the 8th, Brewers gift wrap one for him. Broxton has trouble getting through the inning. A 2-strike hit by Jay drives in a run. Holiday with an infield hit. A bases loaded walk to Adams. But the Brewers still in here as we go to the 9th inning. That's about as frustrating of a half inning as you will have in a season, as Peter Borges will stay in the game to play center field. Now can the Brewers pull it back together and try to take the lead here and get out of St. Louis with a series win? Their season could be on the line here.
Yep, and they had the 2-0 lead, but now the Cardinals come back. You just can't make mistakes against teams like the Cardinals and expect to get away with it. 70th appearance for Trevor Rosenthal, and he's got that 3.31 earned run average. Blew a save on Tuesday night in that Brewers 3-2 12-inning victory. Looking to get some more runs off him tonight.
Rosenthal will face Gerardo Parra. Then you got Mark Reynolds coming up next, followed by Hector Gomez.
Still somewhat perplexed on that decision by the umpires to bring Matt Carpenter out of the dugout and put him back at third base. As he was being waved around third base even before Scooter Gennett made that throw to first base. But the Brewers, they'll take the break, but they weren't able to capitalize on it.
Now we just got word from New York in the Replay Challenge Center on the reason why Carpenter was sent back to third base. The crew chief determined, that would be Field and Colbreth over at first base, determined that Carpenter wasn't far enough around first base to plate him. There's a swing and a miss, and Parra strikes out. It's a moot point at this point, but at the time it looked like a huge break for the Brewers. Cardinals ended up scoring anyway.
Point is, I think he didn't slow down around third base. He was heading home.
I think the Brewers got a gift there.
But it's a judgment call, and there's not much you can do about it.
Well, here's Mark Reynolds, and you know he wants to do something big in a spot like this. It's a very costly mistake defensively.
Nothing a home run right here would not solve, would not cure.
One and two on Reynolds. He reached on an infield hit in the 7th inning. That was his first at bat. He pinch hit in that inning for Clark. Brewers played 12 innings against the Cardinals on Tuesday night. Needing a run here and 3 outs to avoid extra innings tonight as Reynolds fouls it back.
Rosenthal throwing predominantly fastballs on Tuesday night when the Brewers were able to scratch out a run. There was a leadoff walk in the 12th that got things going.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Reynolds. Broke his bat. Adams wants it. And Rosenthal with 2 outs. So it sets the stage for the Rosenthal killer, Hector Gomez, who won the game with a base hit off Rosenthal Tuesday night.
Going to take more than that tonight.
How do you recollect that base hit? That was a line drive to right. Is that what you said?
Bullet.
Gomez showed some pop in AAA this year. 15 homers. Takes strike 1. I think the challenge right now for the Brewers is to dust off what happened in the 9th inning. Will they be able to do it?
They better.
I mean, you have a play like that that leads to all of this damage, and a bang play that went to a challenge, got overturned, the Holiday infield hit. And so it leaves you spinning a little bit, but you've got to rally out of it, try to get back on top here. Saw Jeffress in the bullpen. If the Brewers take the lead, we'll see K-Rod in the bottom of the 9th.
Well, you take it, turn it around a little bit differently. Brewers are fortunate that it's still 2-2.
No doubt. No doubt. Looking ahead to the Cardinal 9th inning, they'll have Molina lead off. Borges and Wong. 2-2. Hector Gomez. And Gomez gets jammed. A grounder to Adams. Rosenthal is there. The inning is over. And the Brewers are going to be begging for extra innings tonight. 2-2. Bottom of the 9th. Cardinals coming up. Cardinals coming to bat with Molina leading off, and it'll be Jeremy Jeffress trying to get this game to the 10th inning. Again, the Pirates have won tonight. They swept the Boston Red Sox, and the Brewers need to win to remain 2.5 back in the wild card race.
And Jeremy Jeffress pitched on Tuesday night, pitched a 3-up, 3-down 10th. That included a strikeout. Good numbers for Jeremy. 25th appearance. A 1-1 record, and earned run average just a little bit under 1.5. He's only allowed the 1 home run. 19 strikeouts and only 5 walks for Jeremy Jeffress.
He's got Molina, Borges, and then Wong. Cardinals are down at the bottom of their order. 6, 7, and 8 coming up. Trevor Rosenthal works a scoreless 9th inning. Brewers had a 2-0 lead. If you're just picking us up, they led 2-0 going into the 8th. Loesch was great tonight. He exited with 1 out and a man at first. It was a ground ball by the pinch hitter Przinsky to Reynolds. Reynolds thought there were 2 outs, so he gloved it, went to the bag, thinking the inning was over, instead of starting what probably would have been a 3-6-3 double play. You don't know if the Brewers would have been able to turn it up, but it was one of those routine grounders. That would have been easy enough. Instead, it was just the 2nd out. And then the gates opened up a little bit. Broxton then walked Carpenter, gave up a hit with 2 strikes to Jay, which drove in a run. Holiday reached on an infield hit, and then Matt Adams walked with the bases loaded to tie the game.
Yep, all that on 3 hits. But the Brewers still have a chance to come back and win this ball game. Got to put a 0 up in this inning.
Got a series with the Pirates starting tomorrow. Molina in a 2-0 count. And he drives one left center field. That's trouble. Going to go all the way to the wall. Molina on his way to second with a leadoff double. And the Cardinals have the winning run in scoring position to start the ninth.
And they're going to get a pinch runner for sure. And Molina driving that 2-0 pitch. Fastball down, just dropped the head of the bat on it. Down and in. And Molina looking for it. And he's able to cruise in with a double. Trouble for the Brewers in the ninth.
Mike Matheny will go to the bench. He'll bring on a pinch runner. Molina starts it with a 2-base hit, and Tommy Pham will pinch run. Very fast young prospect in the Cardinals system, a September call-up. And you got a lot of speed at the plate here. You wonder if Borges might try to bunt, at very least trying to hit the ball to the right side on the ground to advance the runner. And he shows bunt. Jeffries throws him a strike.
And that's a pitch that he's used very effectively since he's been up. That first pitch curveball.
Will Smith getting loose. Got a left-hander due up next in Colton Wong. Figure he'll be on to face Wong. Matheny still has right-handed hitters on his bench. You're not worried about personnel at this point. There's plenty.
Very interesting how Scooter Gennett is all the way over at second base. I'm not sure he can get over to first.
And Borges bunts through it, a foul ball.
Yeah, so the defense right there for the Brewers is Mark Reynolds not charging. He's going to cover first. Jeremy Jeffress' responsibility is in front of him and to the line. They're trying to keep Pham as close as they can to second base.
Brewers have very good arms in their outfield, but it is a big outfield. You got Parra in left, Gomez is in center, Braun in right. See if Borges is bunting here with 2 strikes. And he steps out. And even if Borges gets the ball on the ground with a bunt, it's no guarantee that that is an easy out. He can fly. You got to really glove it and make it a quick decision.
Especially with the defense the Brewers have right now. Jeremy Jeffress going to have to cover that line toward first base. Could be a tough play.
0-2. Corner infielders in. Borges shows bunt, and an inside move by Jeffress exposes that. Those are usually calls from the dugout. Bench coach Jerry Narron, and they have seen what they want to see now. That'll help them make a better decision. And now Lucroy wants to start over. Jeffress in a tough spot. Leadoff double. Game on the line. Borges squares, bunts it foul, and a strikeout. Borges cannot get the bunt down.
Yeah, there's a break.
And the first out of the inning. Officially scored as a K. And one away with Pham still at second base. And now decision time for Ron Renicky here with Colton Wong coming up.
That's a good curveball that he threw to Peter Borges. It looked like it was out of the strike zone. Borges just punched at it and fouled it off.
And as you mentioned, Rock, last inning, these decisions late in the game with the September call-ups and the expanded rosters, they're not necessarily just what you see here. They're going to go ahead and walk Wong. You're looking down the lineup. You're looking at the pinch hitters. Who would you rather face in a spot like this?
All right.
Not a bad move here to walk Colton Wong.
And Mike Matheny's used 4 of his bench players already. 2 left-handers, 2 right-handers. So he's got Grichuk on deck,
who is a right-handed hitter. And then you got the lefties coming up next, Carpenter and Jay, and those two you wouldn't figure would be pinch hit for.
Which is why we've got Zach Duke out in that bullpen. Will Smith.
All right, so Jeffress walks. Colton Wong intentionally first and second now. That sets up a double play opportunity. Randall Grichuk will pinch hit. Another guy that came to the Cardinals from the Angels. He was part of that David Freese deal. Just 37 games in the big leagues this season. And a scouting report coming from Rick Kranitz, the pitching coach.
Obviously, you have to work ahead, and what Jeremy Jeffress has been able to do lately has been able to get ahead with the curveball and then go to work with the fastball and the other stuff. Rick Kranitz is probably just stressing, relax, get strike one, and go to work.
Now, Angels fans are very critical of this trade, adding Grichuk in with Peter Borges. He's only 22 years of age. He was in Double-A last year. He's a great outfielder and has some pop. He is in a big spot. The Brewers need a ground ball to turn 2. Jeffress gets a lot of ground balls. 2 on, 1 out. Only run that matters is at second base. That's the winning run. And a fastball strike at 95 in there.
Yeah, right on the outside corner. Already putting the hitter on the defensive.
Brewers have Hector Gomez and Scooter Gennett up the middle in a double play position. The 0-1 inside almost hit him. I'm not sure how it missed him.
He might have taken one for the team had it not been 96 miles an hour. That ball tailing in on Grichuk, keeps riding in on him and just misses his thigh.
If only the brain knew the game situation better. A quick reaction to get out of the way. 1-1. And it goes to 1-2. Randall Grichuk facing Jeremy Jeffress. A couple of players in a pennant race matching up here who spent most of the season in the minor leagues in AAA. A leadoff double by Molina. He was pinch run for. That's Tommy Pham at second base carrying the winning run. 1-2. Jeffress has to make a pitch here. And a breaking ball called. Strike 3. Grichuk is rung up. And a big pitch by Jeffress. That's not his best bolt, but a curveball gets him.
And 2 strikeouts now for Jeremy in this inning. Look at this curveball. That is a dandy, buckling the knees of Grichuk, and that ended up right down the middle of the plate. Look out. Right down the middle. Look at it. Splits the plate right in half.
So when you're throwing mostly fastballs, it's just enough of a change of pace. And Jeffress able to get 2 big outs here after the leadoff double. Renicky will play the matchup with Matt Carpenter coming up. Will Smith, the left-hander, is coming in, trying to get this one to the 10th. Cardinals have the winning run at second base, and the leadoff hitter Matt Carpenter will step in. Taking a look at Will Smith, who's finishing up his warm-up tosses. And the big lefty on for the 75th time this year. He has been worked a ton this season.
Yeah, 74 appearances, obviously a career high for him. And pitched on Tuesday night against the Cardinals and threw a scoreless inning. Walked a batter, struck out a batter, and gave up a base hit.
Smith leads all of the National League in games pitched. He's tied with Brian Shaw for the most games pitched in the big leagues. Shaw of the Cleveland Indians. Well, it's a matchup the Brewers want with the big lefty, but Carpenter hits lefties well.
And so is the guy on deck.
.262 hitter Matt Carpenter against left-handed pitching. Pham at second base carrying the winning run, and Smith starts him with a slider for a strike. 0-1 the count. If the Brewers get to the 10th, have a pinch hitter in the 9th spot in the order, and then Gomez and Jeanette. If anybody gets on, Lucroy. Carpenter walked in the 8th inning. That was a key walk. That set up John Jay's base hit. Carpenter was the first batter after the Reynolds play, taking just the one out, forgetting how many outs there were in the inning. There's a good battle there too. Carpenter against Broxton, but he drew the walk. A very patient hitter. A swing and a miss out in front of a big breaking ball from Smith, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, much better breaking ball than the first one he threw to Carpenter first pitch. First one hung, that one didn't. That was a dandy.
He's throwing him 2 breaking balls. What does he have here? 1 and 2. Winning run at second. Carpenter, did he go? Yes, he did. They don't ask for help, and Carpenter is rung up by the home plate umpire. Inning over. Smith gets out of it, and the Brewers strand a leadoff double at second base. Extra innings in St. Louis. Season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Tony Cruz will come in to catch. Remember, Molina, who doubled to start the 9th inning, was pinch run for. So Cruz is in. They've already used Pierzynski as a pinch hitter. And it's going to be Pat Neshek, typically the 8th inning pitcher for the Cardinals. He'll work the 10th. And the bottom of the order, a pinch hitter. Looks like Overbay is going to start it. And then back to the top with Gomez and Jeanette.
And that earned run average for Neshek, who pitched on Tuesday night, 141 earned run average. That's good for second in the National League. He's given up the 4 home runs. A 7-1 record out of the bullpen. The setup man for Trevor Rosenthal. You work backwards at this point. Closer in the 9th, then you start working backwards. Setup man in the 10th, and then you continue to work further and further down the ladder as you get deeper into the game.
Well, the Brewers had the lead until the bottom of the 8th inning. Cardinals scored twice in the 8th. Tied at 2 in the 10th. Overbay pinch hitting, where he has been at his best this season. Overbay is 10 for 29 this year as a pinch hitter, has 8 RBIs. And Neshek falls behind 3-0. And that's ball 4. So the leadoff batter reach is for the Brewers. It's a walk. Overbay is on, and the go-ahead run at first base. And Reneke's going to go to his bench here for a pinch runner. Elian Herrera will run for Overbay.
Going to have to find somebody to play first base. All the first basemen now have been used. And never mind, Reynolds is in the game. So Herrera, good speed. Like to see to get him into scoring position. Now the top of the order up for the Brewers.
And Gomez, see if he's up there to bunt. 2-2 game, 10th inning. Each club with 7 hits. Gomez squares and drops it down foul. That's one of those games, as frustrating as it is to give away an inning like that in the 8th inning. If you can rally up and win a game like this in extra innings, it could have a galvanizing effect as well.
No doubt.
Being able to pick up a teammate, being able to win a tough extra inning game against the Cardinals. And if the Brewers do win here tonight, that means 2 extra inning wins against the division leaders. Gomez pops up the bunt. Easy out for Cruz. Beyond maddening right now what the Brewers are doing on the field.
Yep, not being able to execute. Fundamentals not there right now. Once the barrel of the bat drop and he pops it up, it can't get much easier for Tony Cruz.
All right, here is Jeanette now. Scooter had an RBI hit in the 5th inning. It was originally scored as an error, changed to an infield hit. Jeanette fouls it away. Neshek's tough. He was an all-star this year in a setup role. It's tough to make the all-star team as a setup reliever unless you are dominating beyond belief, and he is.
And
he has been
pretty much all season long. That very unusual, unorthodox delivery. Tough for hitters to figure out.
One ball, one strike. Jeanette lays off. That came in at 70 miles an hour. Just incredible control of velocity from a very unusual release point for Neshek. Just kind of an unorthodox delivery. Only Drew Storen has a better ERA in relief, and Pat Neshek. Storing now closing games for the Nationals. Jeanette, right field, that's down, base hit. Herrera on his way to third, and Scooter Jeanette comes through. A single, and the Brewers put the go-ahead run 90 feet away with 1 out.
And Neshek left that one up in the zone, and Scooter doing a nice job waiting back. Yeah, banging it into right field. The outfield for the Cardinals was very deep. You see where that pitch was, up out over the plate, and Scooter able to hook it And look where John Jay's playing. He's very deep, and that's why Herrera is able to get it to third base. Gets there easily with his deep as Jay's playing out there.
So the Brewers are in a position here, first and third. One man out. Here's Jonathan Lucroy. Just the man you want at the plate in a spot like this. Lucroy's been known to put down a squeeze bunt in the past, but he's having the kind of year you might just let him swing away. We'll see.
He'd be stunned if he bunts with the way he's been swinging the bat. One thing you don't want, Neshek gets a lot of ground ball outs. You don't want to, beat one into the ground at least early in the count, make him get a pitch up in the zone just like Jeanette did.
Tony Cruz does throw the ball well behind the plate. He's not Molina, but he throws the ball very well. And Scooter Gennett a very short lead at first as Lucroy fouls it away. He was late. 1 ball, 1 strike to count on Lucroy. Just needs something in the air to the outfield. Cardinals aren't blessed with great arms in their outfield. John Jay has the best arm in right, but it's not a strong plus throwing arm by any stretch.
But they're pretty shallow out there.
Got good speed at third. Wouldn't take much to get Herrera home at the very least. The 1-1. Lucroy lays off, and it's a ball. 2-1 the count. That was close.
Tried to catch that outside corner, and boy, just misses. Not a pitch to swing at anyway, and he got the call.
The sellout crowd is quiet. Many of them have left. Right where the Brewers want them, sitting on their hands. 2-1 pitch. Lucroy fouls it back. He had a good cut. 2-2 now. Inning started with a walk. Overbay, he was pinch run for. Herrera, who's now at third. A failed bunt attempt by Gomez, but a big hit by Jeanette. Cardinals are set up for a double play.
Jonathan's got that big hole between first and second. He's very good at using it.
Two and two. See what Neshek has in mind for him here. And Lucroy, last minute hack to foul that one off. That was an emergency swing if there ever was one. And as bad as that looks, only if you're in good balance and have a swing like Lucroy are you able to put a bat on that. He buckled his knees, but he's still able to foul it off.
Well, he's thinking right field. That's why he's able to stay on it long enough to get a piece of it. If you're thinking about pulling it, you're done.
He'll do it again. Another 2-2. Neshek deals. Lucroy foul territory. That's going to be in the seats. Riding a fastball up and in is Neshek. If you're wondering, Lucroy is a .272 hitter with runners in scoring position. It's about 30 points below his overall season average. Over the last couple of years, he has been the best hitter with runners in scoring position the Brewers have had. This is a spot that doesn't take a hit to get a run in. Pat Neshek. Another 2-2 pitch to Lucroy. Lucroy swings and misses. 2 outs in the inning.
Fastball right on the outside corner. And Luke comes up empty.
Trying to shoot one to right field. He swung right through it. Now Neshek with 2 away. Aramis Ramirez at the plate. He's had a good night tonight. 2 hits. He's 2 for 4. He drove in a run in the 4th. And has not seen a whole lot of pitches tonight. 3 of his 4 at bats he has swung at the first pitch. And has collected 2 hits. Brewers need a big hit. Need somebody to step up for him. And a fastball missed. Looked like the same pitch that struck out Lucroy.
And Neshek wanted that one, right? Pretty close to the pitch that Lucroy took for ball 2. Ran it to a 2-1 count. He wanted that one, didn't he?
You get in games like this, you want your big boys at the plate with the game on the line. Can Ramirez come through with 2 outs? And a swing and a miss. A ball and a strike.
Outer half, 90 miles an hour. A pitch that you would think Ramirez been able to handle pretty well, but it's all about that delivery. Very unusual.
Herrera carrying the go-ahead run at third. Ramirez now down in the count, 1-2. Neshek has only thrown 1 wild pitch this year, if you're wondering. Wonder if he's going to spin one here against Ramirez. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And Ramirez out to short. Peralta's got it to second for the out. And the inning is over. And the Brewers now head to the bottom of the 10th, still tied. In the bottom of the 10th inning, Marco Estrada will take to the hill. Jeffress and Will Smith get through the 9th inning, stranding a leadoff double. And now Estrada will face John Jay, Matt Holliday, and Matt Adams.
Yeah, pay no attention to those numbers for Marco Estrada. Those are combined between the bullpen and the starting rotation. Last 16 appearances for Marco have been very good, all out of the bullpen. A 344 earned run average. Has not allowed a run in his last 4 appearances. That covers 9 1/3 innings. Last appeared on Sunday against the Cincinnati Reds and tossed a scoreless inning.
John Jay with 2 hits, including a 2-strike RBI single in the 8th inning. Cardinals got 2 in the 8th. St. Louis did strand the bases loaded in that 8th inning after scoring a couple of runs. And here we are in the 10th. Brewers won in 12 on Tuesday night. That was a Hector Gomez RBI single against the Cardinals to win it. So Estrada trying to get this one to the 11th. John Jay leads off 2 for 4 tonight. Good idea. You know he's ready to swing away at a fastball, and Estrada went slower than slow at 77 miles an hour.
Man, he's got a good changeup. It's been working well for him.
And that makes an 89-mile-an-hour fastball look that much faster.
Well, the Brewers set up nicely in the 10th, weren't they? First and third, you got your 3-4 hitters coming up. Runs have been tough to come by in this series.
Jay, a ground ball up the middle over the bag. Gomez fires to first in time for the out. Good strong throw by Hector Gomez for the first out of the inning.
And Marco Estrada just continues to pound the strike zone, not messing around. Doesn't go too far away from that pitching rubber. Gets it and goes. Going with a lot of confidence right now.
Here's Matt Holliday now. Reached on an infield hit in the 8th inning. Originally ruled as an out, which would have gotten the Brewers out of the inning, still in the lead. But it was overturned. It went to a challenge. And Holliday, who dove head first into first base, did beat the throw.
Yeah, Brewers got a huge break. They sent Carpenter back to third base. It looked like he was going to be able to score, but couldn't hold the lead.
No balls and a strike on Holliday. Holliday, 7 career hits against Estrada. One of those hits a home run. And he swings and fouls this one away. Ball and 2 strikes on Matt Holliday, the Cardinals RBI leader. One and 2. Estrada deals, and Holliday pops it up over his Reynolds. Foul territory, and he's got it for out number 2. And a big out for Marco Estrada. 2 up and 2 down here in the 10th. And here comes Matt Adams.
Yeah, plenty of work left. And Adams has been swinging the bat as well as anybody in this Cardinals team tonight.
Adams drew a walk in the 8th with the bases loaded to tie the game. Broxton got him into a 3-2 count, and Adams took a close pitch for ball 4, which allowed the tying run to score. And the kind of power that could end this game with one swing. 2 hits tonight for Adams, a walk. 0-2 the count. Estrada coming right after him with a fastball. He had a big hack.
Right down the middle.
If the Brewers get to the 11th, Ryan Braun will lead off. Parra, then Reynolds. 0-2 the count. Here it comes. And Adams into right. Braun is there. And Marco Estrada works a scoreless 10th. 1-2-3 inning. Brewers are coming up. Braun will get it started. We go to the 11th.
Jacqueline's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Second extra inning game in the last 3 for the Brewers and the Cardinals. St. Louis will go with Carlos Martinez here for the 11th, hard-throwing right-hander.
And 420 earned run average for Carlos Martinez. Made 7 starts early in the season, was relegated to the bullpen. 52nd appearance for the flamethrower out of the Cincinnati or St. Louis bullpen. 2-4 record, and has allowed 4 home runs.
Ryan Braun will lead off for Milwaukee. Brewers had a 2-0 lead going into the bottom of the 8th. Kyle Lohse pitched a gem tonight. Just a tough break for Lohse not to be able to walk out of here with a win. Brewers had a mental error at first base on a ground ball. The Cardinals would end up tying the game. 4 consecutive batters reached in that 8th inning after that play. But the Brewers managed to keep it tied, and here we are in the 11th. Braun, Parra, and Reynolds coming up. Martinez deals Ryan Braun a strike.
Yep, upper 90s fastball. He's got a changeup, and he's got a pretty good slider. But he can bring it.
Oh, and 2 the count. Ryan is 1 for 4 tonight. Had a single back in the 4th inning off Miller. Martinez deals an 0-2 pitch, and Braun lines one to right, a base hit. So a leadoff single for Milwaukee. In the 2nd consecutive inning, they have put their lead man aboard. And now you can do some things here. We'll see Braun, who runs well.
Well, gets on top of that high fastball in the mid-90s, and Braun able to serve it out there into right field. You know, the bunting for both teams not working all that well tonight, except for the pitchers early in the game. Let's see what the Brewers elect to do. You're toward the bottom of the order, and as hot as Parra has been as of late, you might want to see him swing away.
Yeah, that's a good point. He has been swinging the bat well. Parra has 5 sacrifice bunts this year. He gets the bunt down, and Carpenter goes to first for the out. So Parra does move the runner. The Brewers execute. There is Braun in scoring position now, representing the go-ahead run.
Well done by Gerardo Parra, dumping that one right down the line, stayed on the grass. And now the Brewers have the go-ahead run at second base.
And they just announced Chris Davis as the pinch hitter. So Reynolds is out. Davis will pinch hit. Haven't seen a whole lot of Chris Davis. You know, he hasn't seen a lot of pitching, hasn't been starting in a while. Got the string of right-handed pitchers. Parra the hot bat. Davis really struggled in that role, in a pinch hitter bench role last year. He's been playing just about every day this year. A big swing and a miss. He and Reynolds are tied for the club lead in home runs. And he has been great in extra innings this season. 8 hits, including a home run. A couple of those big hits came right here in St. Louis. Braun at second. Davis bouncing ball to short. Peralta is going to go to first, and Davis is out. Braun does advance, but now 2 men are out. And who else would you want at the plate right now? Well, I'll take it back. It was all set up for some drama, but Hector Gomez has been pulled back.
You thought he was going to do it again, didn't you?
I thought he was going to have his second moment in his 3rd day here in St. Louis.
Flare in the right to win a game again.
But he's coming out, and Reneke's going to go with Logan Schaefer.
Yeah, September baseball, you can do these types of things. Still plenty of players left for both managers.
Well, Well, it's a big spot for Logan Schaefer, who was also among the group of September call-ups, even though he spent a good part of the season in the big leagues with Milwaukee. And another guy that hasn't played much. Got a chance to be the star here tonight, and Cruz is on his way out.
Maybe talking about a possible bunt. Want to set the defense. Not sure. You got 2 outs. It's not going to be a squeeze situation. Not sure what they're talking about here.
I'll be curious to hear from Renicky after the game, but just looking at Hector Gomez's night, he struck out 3 times tonight. And all 3 of those Ks on fastballs. He struggled with the fastball, and you know Martinez is going to bring a fastball. Brewers need someone to step up. This would be a gut-wrenching game to lose, and be a galvanizing game to win. 2 outs, runner at third, and Schaefer takes a ball up and away.
We got Schaefer at the plate, Gene Segura on deck. Bench getting a bit thin for Ron Renicky at this point.
1-0. Schaefer misses inside. 2-0 to Logan.
We got Weeks, Rogers, Maldonado, Segura, and Pagnozzi left.
Schaefer in his 4th stint as a Brewer, and they're going to go ahead and walk him here as Martinez falls behind him. And he'll want a fresh count with Gene Segura coming up. Interesting play here.
Yeah, 2-0, and you figure Schaefer looking fastball on 2-0 makes him a much better hitter when he has the count in his favor.
And before Segura is announced, Renicky pulls him back, and he's going to have Ricky Weeks hit in this spot. All right, so 1st and 3rd with 2 away. And Ricky Weeks, who figures to get the start tomorrow with the Brewers facing Jeff Locke in Pittsburgh, a left-hander.
Ricky can catch up to a fastball, but we can get the barrel on it at 99 miles an hour. We'll see after sitting around as long as he's been sitting.
Well, the Brewers are managing to get their veteran bats, the guys who have been around a long time, at the plate in the key spots. Brewers have not scored a run since Jeanette drove in a run in the 5th. They've had some chances. Stranded 2 last inning. 2 outs. Here is Weeks, pinch hitting. And Ricky takes down and in. Crowd is very quiet. Doesn't have an 11th inning pennant race feel in the stadium because they've all exited for the most part. That's to the Brewers' advantage. Here's a 1-0, and Weeks chases a breaking ball.
Back-to-back off-speed pitches to Weeks. I think Ricky thought for sure he was going to get a fastball that time. Martinez goes with the slider.
Inning started with a Ryan Braun single. He's now at third with 2 away. Schaefer at first. 1 ball, 1 strike, and Weeks cuts again at a breaking ball. 1-2 now on Ricky. Remember, Martinez got hurt on a 2-strike pitch to Braun with a fastball. He might be sticking with the slider here. And Weeks is going to need a mistake. He heads up for a wild pitch. Braun has good speed at third. The 1-2 in the dirt. Cruz blocks it nicely.
Didn't look easy. Tough pitch to block.
Been a steady diet of breaking balls on Ricky Weeks. See what he does here. 2-2 the count. And a fastball up and in. Another good catch by Cruz. Those aren't easy to handle coming in at that velocity.
Right. Sometimes you catch that baseball, you feel like your arm's going to come out of the socket when he's throwing it as hard as he is.
Here comes a big one. Full count, 2 outs. Schaefer takes off. Ricky Weeks fouls it back. Up in the zone. Might have chased ball 4, but not a lot of time to make up your mind. Tell you, the wheels are turning right here. Managers are grinding. What pitch to throw if you're Martinez? He's had success with that slider, but do you risk it? Full count. We'll do it again. Schaefer on the move, and it's in the dirt. Cruz blocks it. Weeks draws the walk, and now the bases are loaded. And suddenly Martinez has lost that breaking ball.
That's a nice at bat by Ricky Weeks. Fell behind in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Able to work himself out for a walk. That's well done.
Derek Lilliquist out to have a chat. Going through the pitch sequence maybe here with Cruz. How to work Carlos Gomez.
Well, you figure Martinez is going to want to try to get ahead in the count. He doesn't want to fall behind with the bases loaded. So if you're Carlos Gomez, you're looking for a fastball. Pretty good chance he wants to throw it for a strike. And tee off on it.
Last time up, Gomez was up there to bunt a runner over, and he popped up the bunt. Frustrating at bat for him. Has some success against Martinez. He hasn't seen a whole lot of him, but he does have 2 hits. Martinez has struck him out the other 3 occasions, though. Bases loaded. All tied at 2 in the 11th. Here it comes to Gomez. Started him with a slider. 0-1 the count.
Yeah, Martinez knew he was going to be swinging.
Gomez very fast. And he shows bunt and bunts through it.
Yeah, ball in the dirt.
0-2 the count. Kind of gives you an idea of the confidence level of Gomez against Martinez. Normally he's up there to hack. Those who remain are on their feet. Brewers have the go-ahead run 90 feet away. 0-2 the count. Martinez deals. Gomez foul just past the bag at first. Felt like he took that one right out of the mid of the catcher.
Yeah, fastball in on his hands, and Gomez somehow was able to get a bat on it. Off the plate, big velocity, and able to foul it off.
Brewers led 2-0. Cardinals scored 2 in the 8th. 2-2 in the 11th. No balls, 2 strikes. And Gomez strikes out, and the inning is over. The Brewers strand the bases loaded. They've left 5 on in the last 2 innings. Bottom of the 11th coming up. 12th inning. That proved to be the magic inning for him on Tuesday night. Jason Rogers will take over at first base for the Brewers. And Gene Segura will come into play short. Brewers have a new pitcher as well, Brandon Kensler.
Picked up a win on Tuesday night. Only faced one batter, retired him. It was Matt Holliday. That was in the 11th inning. Brewers able to scratch out a run, and Kensler picks up the win. He's 3-3 at a .350 earned run average in game number 61 tonight. I think ground ball pitcher needs to keep the ball in the infield and avoid giving up home run number 9 tonight.
Kensler got the win in that extra inning game on Tuesday night and came in a big spot with Holliday at the plate, throwing nothing but sinkers against Matt Holliday to get the final out. Brewers would score the run, and then they turned it over to K-Rod for the save. So he's been in some big spots here, and he gets another one. Bottom of the 11th, Johnny Peralta leads off. Tony Cruz is on deck. And then Peter Borges. Marco Estrada goes 1, 2, 3 through the heart of the Cardinal order in the 10th. Peralta, the Cardinals' home run leader. He's had a rough night at the plate. He's 0 for 4. He bounced into a double play. And it's 2-0 on him. That one's in there. 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, Brandon's been going basically with fastball, the two-seam fastball, just even the count with a slider that time. Actually got back to the count at 2-1.
Yeah, Peralta grounds one foul. 2-2 now. Big game for both clubs. Certainly a lot more on the line here for the Brewers as they are on the outside looking in. And the Pirates have already won. Milwaukee trying to remain 2.5 back in the second wild card spot. Going to Pittsburgh tomorrow. Cardinals are trying to remain 2.5 ahead of Pittsburgh for the division lead. 2-2 on the way. Peralta swinging a foul in and out of the glove of Lucroy. Count stays at 2-2.
Brewers have consistently stayed hard in on Johnny Peralta, not leaving anything up, out over the plate, something off speed. That's what he's been hurting the Brewers on. And throughout the year, curveballs left up in the strike zone.
Missed with the slider that time. Now it's 3-2. Peralta showing good patience. An endurance challenge. September pennant race. 3-2 on the way, and a shot up the middle, base hit. And the Cardinals put the winning run on to start the inning.
And you wonder if Mike Matheny's going to go to a pinch runner, get some speed at first base. Got Greg Garcia. Guy that can run pretty well. He might wait until he gets perhaps to second base if he does.
It's funny because as you're saying that, Chris Maloney, the first base coach, and Peralta both looking into the dugout. And Johnny says, well, I guess I'm going to stay.
Yeah. A lot of times, manager wait till he gets to second base because the ground ball here, you erase the runner very quickly. But we'll see what the Cardinals do if Peralta gets to second base. You figure you're going to see a bunt here.
Tony Cruz at the plate. Kind of been the forgotten man behind the plate for St. Louis as he shows bunt, takes a ball.
The other reason what you might want to go with a pinch runner. Get a little extra speed, maybe able to beat the play at second base if Brewers have an opportunity to get that force.
Yeah, I'm with you. If Cruz does get a bunt down and he bunts it firmly at someone, got a chance to turn a double play. Two and 0.
Got to throw strikes though. And if you're Cruz, you're thinking about bunting toward first base because Jason Rogers has to hold the runner. He's going to get a late break to field the bunt.
Cruz was given the job when Molina went on the disabled list. They eventually took him out of that role. AJ Pierzynski caught most of the time as Cruz bunted foul. And then when Molina came back, they actually optioned Cruz back to the minor leagues. So not only did he lose his opportunity to start, but then he lost his backup job. Technically was a September call up for the Cardinals. It's been one of those confidence testing second halves for Cruz.
Just hadn't been able to hit. Pretty good defensively.
He's up in a big spot. Kinsler looking for a ground ball here. Needs one. 2-1 the count. And the runner goes, and a swing and a line drive to Jeanette. That'll turn into a double play. They put the hit and run on the 2-1 count, and it comes back to bite him.
I think Cruz did the right thing. He tried to inside out that baseball in the right field. Jeanette holding his ground and able to make the play. Now, if they have Jeanette covering, that's a base hit. So the Brewers elected to have Segura cover because they thought the bunt was on. That's a break there.
That's a big call coming from the Brewers bench. Middle infielders are told before every pitch who they want to cover, and Segura was the man on the bag. That puts Jeanette in the perfect spot. Here's Borges now, strike one.
And Brewers would be in big trouble right now had Jeanette been covering.
Second at bat for Borges. He came in, he pinch ran in the 8th inning. Struck out his last time up. Strike. Outside corner. 1-2 now for Kinsler.
He's got that sinker working tonight. That's a perfect pitch on the outside corner.
Well, the Brewers, if they get to the 12, Jeanette will start it. Kinsler deals a 1-2 outside, ball 2. Ton of players have been used tonight. Going deep into these bullpens again. I'm sure the Pirates are in Pittsburgh watching this one, said, I hope these two play all night long. Here's a 2-2, and it misses low and away. 3-2. Brewers still have to get on a plane and go to Pittsburgh tonight.
Short flight, though.
No problem. As long as you win. Trying to keep Borges off the base paths. Full count, 2 outs. And a bouncing ball third base, fair ball. Ramirez across the diamond in time, and Kinsler puts up a 0. 2-2 game. Here we go to the 12th. Jeanette, Lucroy, Ramirez coming up. This was the magic inning for the Brewers on Tuesday night. Let's see if they can get something going here. They have had a ton of base runners in the 2 extra innings. They've stranded 5. Martinez left the bases loaded last inning. And it'll be Scooter Gennett to start it. So much for all this small ball, right? How about somebody just yank one into the seats?
Yeah, whack one out of here. That's what the Brewers do best.
I mean, let's just go old school American League the rest of the way.
Let's sacrifice bunnies for the birds.
No kidding. So Gennett, Lucroy, and Ramirez against the hard-throwing Martinez. Scooter with 2 hits tonight. Boy, he had a big hit in the 10th inning. Set the Brewers up beautifully in that inning. 1st and 3rd and 1 out, and Lucroy and Ramirez coming up. And Gennett lines one to left. Holiday is right there. Right at him. 1 away. Scooter is 2 for 6 tonight, and 3 line drive outs. I mean, right on the nose line drive outs.
Yeah, including that last one.
Here's Lucroy.
All you can do is square them up. You put a good swing on it, put the barrel on it, and hope for the best. Sometimes you have nights like that.
Lucroy looking for a little redemption here. He struck out with a runner at 3rd and 1 out in the 10th. Lucroy did double and score in the 4th inning. His only hit of the night. He's 1 for 5. Two game 12th inning. Same score we had on Tuesday night. It's 2 offenses that have had a tough time plating runs.
Yes, they have.
Brewers got shut out last night, scored 3 runs in the win on Tuesday night. Cardinals have scored 2 runs in each game. And it's interesting that St. Louis has scored 2 runs in an inning in each game. So they've only scored in 3 innings of this entire series. 2-2 to Lucroy. And a shot into center field, a base hit. Jonathan Lucroy with a single with 1 out. And more base runners here in extra innings. Lucroy is aboard for Ramos Ramirez.
And you got the guys that can definitely knock one out of the ballpark coming up. Ramirez and Braun. Lucroy stayed right on that one. Looked like a breaking pitch that he stayed back on and hit it right back through the middle.
Well, there's the go-ahead run. Ramos Ramirez now with 1 away. Took a big swing. He fouls it off. Ramirez looking for one he can drive. Outfield very deep for St. Louis. And Ramirez pops it up in the infield. Wong makes the catch, out number 2. Martinez has been a starter. And Matheny calling on him to give him some multiple innings and extra innings tonight.
Pitcher spot coming up second in the bottom of this inning, so he's probably done after this inning. And he's made 7 starts this year.
He's become a late inning weapon for the Cardinals since he's gone to the bullpen. Typically the 7th inning pitcher for St. Louis. Ryan Braun with 2 outs. Lucroy at first. Martinez, the last time he went 2 innings in a game was against Cincinnati. That was on September 10th. He went 2 scoreless innings, struck out 3 in that game. And he's gone 2 innings out of the bullpen quite often. This will be his 3rd time since August, since he went into the bullpen. Braun had a single in the 11th inning, last inning. That's how the inning started. He hit a bullet off Martinez in a 2-strike count. Lucroy ready to run at first. 1 ball, 1 strike. Braun on the ground, foul. 1-2 now. Back in a 2-strike count. I'd be shocked if Martinez threw him a fastball here. Braun turned one around in a hurry the last time up. One and two. He does go with a fastball, and Braun fouls it away and was right on it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's got to be up in the zone. I don't think that Tony Cruz wanted that there. I think he wanted it up a little bit higher. And Braun was right on it.
Well, now you throw him a hanging breaking ball. 1-2. Here it comes. And he threw a slider in the dirt. Lucroy's on the move, and no throw by Cruz. So a wild pitch. And that changes things here in the 12th.
Yeah, that's a big play. Well, now Braun can shorten up a little bit, just poke one into the outfield. Now the outfield has to come in for the Cardinals, opening up those gaps for Braun. Tough pitch to block. A slider off the corner, and Lucroy gets into scoring position.
2-2, 2 outs. Cardinal outfielders creep in a few steps. Braun trying to deliver a big hit. Brewers need one. 2-2 on the way. Braun takes down and in. Ball 3.
Could be anything from Martinez here. He's had a lot of confidence in his slider tonight. He's had the Brewers chasing that pitch with 2 strikes.
Could be his last hitter. Activity in the Cardinal bullpen. Full count, 2 outs. Lucroy carrying the go-ahead run. And Braun strikes out. Inning over. Another runner stranded in scoring position. Brewers have left 6 on in extra innings. Lucky number 13. They're hoping to get this game to the 13th inning. Zach Duke is next man up as we go to the bottom of the 12th inning. Bottom of the Cardinal order is coming up. The lefty Wong will start it at the pitcher spot, and then back to the top of the order, and Matt Carpenter. Got a number of lefties coming up here, Ron.
Yeah, tossed a scoreless 8th inning last night. 3 up, 3 down for the Brew Crew, and their 2-0 loss. 71st appearance for Duke. A .260 earned run average. You got Wong in the pitcher's spot, followed by Carpenter and John Jay. That's why you see Zach Duke in the ball game. 68 strikeouts in 55 in the 3rd innings to go along with only 16 walks.
So Wong will lead off. Looks like Xavier Scruggs has moved on deck. This is not a September game. You don't see near as many changes. I mean, you manage totally different in the month of September.
Right.
And both teams in a pennant race. You can afford to play matchups all the way through.
Basically do what you want. You got enough guys to do it.
So Zach Duke against Wong, who shows bunt and takes a ball. Now the Brewers were able to win that 12-inning game on Tuesday night, and there was a lot of talk and credit, deservedly so, that went to the key players who drove in runs and had the big at-bats. But it was really the pitching that allowed the Brewers to stay in that game. Willie Peralta had given up 2 runs. He ended up going 7. Got great work from the bullpen. And they're going to ask Zach Duke to try to get him to the 13th inning. There's a strike, 2-1.
The Cardinals have only been able to muster 2 rallies, 1 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th, not scoring in the 9th. Jeremy Jeffress and Will Smith. They did score their 2 runs, the St. Louis Cardinals, in that 8th inning.
Swing and a miss.
Other than that, not much going on for the Cardinals. They've stranded 8. Brewers 12.
Matheny's club have only scored runs in 3 of the 32 innings they have batted. Take that back. 31 innings. They didn't have a bottom of the 9th last night. 2-2 on the way, and a swing and a miss. Wong strikes out. Zach Duke fell behind him 2-0, comes right back to punch him out.
He got back in the count with the breaking pitch and put him away right here with a fastball in. And Wong with a big swing, trying to win the ball game, comes up empty.
And it will be Xavier Scruggs. Scruggs made his major league debut against Milwaukee, and a swing and a miss. Now Zach Duke has emerged into more than a situational pitcher. He's been effective against right-handed batters, and you let it ride in a spot like this with a lefty Carpenter coming up right off the end of the bat, and it is foul. 0-2 the count on Scruggs. Xavier Scruggs hit for some power in AAA this year. Down and in. Scruggs had 21 home runs at AAA Memphis.
Just don't make a mistake inside on this guy. Keep the ball away, keep it in the ballpark.
Duke and Lucroy having a tough time connecting. Start him over. Duke's got the one he wants. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Scruggs. And he looks at a ball low. 2-2 now. Jimmy Nelson loosening in the bullpen. just came out of the starting rotation. If this goes way deep tonight, you'd have a pitcher who can cover some innings. Full count to Scruggs.
Wurzalani, Wong left-handers, Figueroa, Wooten, Nelson, and K-Rod left.
Big pitch for Duke, 3-2, and a swing and a miss. He struck him out. Scruggs down on strikes, back-to-back Ks for Zach Duke. 2 outs in the inning.
See Lucroy setting up on the outer half and took a little bit off and had Scruggs out in front. Just didn't want to make a mistake inside, something up in the strike zone. Do a perfect pitch on the outside corner.
Made some big pitches, hasn't he? All right, so it's Matt Carpenter now. His 6th plate appearance. He's 0 for 3 with 2 walks tonight. In the air, a little flare. Parra coming in, had him shaded that way. Parra can't quite get there. Carpenter was up in a big spot in the 9th inning. Cardinals had 2 on and 2 out. Carpenter struck out in that 9th inning. That was Will Smith who got him. Seeing another left-handed here, and Zach Duke. As we mentioned in the 9th, Carpenter hits lefties well. Stays right in on those left-handers. The 1-1 and a swing and a miss.
Pulling that shoulder a little bit. I mean, that's the tendency when you get it this late in the ball game. You know, 11, 12 innings, guys try to hit home runs, extra base hits, and even a guy like Matt Carpenter is going to pull his shoulder and miss that slider badly that caught the outside corner.
Now Duke has that sidearm pitch, and he gives it to him here, and that's going to work for a base hit. Man, Matt Carpenter, a little excuse me swing gets sawed off and reaches on an infield hit on a night full of line drive outs. That one ends up as a single.
Yep, his first hit of the night. A quick pitch by Zach Duke. You can do that with nobody on base. A check swing ends up as a base hit for Matt Carpenter. And Ramirez playing in the hole way back. No play.
Well, now Duke has to deal with John Jay, another lefty, but he's even better against left-handed pitching this year. Matter of fact, he's one of the best in the big leagues, right or left-handed batters against left-handed pitching.
Yeah, around 400.
2 hits tonight, including an RBI in the 8th. That came on a 2-strike pitch to drive in the first Cardinal run, that 2-run 8th inning. You look at John Jay, he just, when he's in a groove like he is right now, he just looks like he's on every pitch.
Yeah, hitting .395 this year against left-handed pitching.
There are his splits. They don't even think about pinch hitting for him. The 1-1, then Jay, ground ball foul. It hasn't come up. We haven't had a ground ball to first yet, but just keep in mind Jason Rogers is in the game at first base. Now, he's played first base in his minor league career, but he's mostly played third base this season. So he hasn't been over there a whole lot this season at AAA.
Yeah, he's played a lot of different positions down in the minor leagues.
He's been out in the outfield, kind of operating as a utility man. Have a chance to make the team as a third baseman next year, but He's in a big spot at first base right now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Duke delivers, and a swing and a miss. He struck him out. Zach Duke strikes out 3 in the 12th. We go to the 13th. Brewers are coming up. Tonight, the Brewers surrendering a couple of runs in the 8th inning. Costly mistake in that 8th inning, but now a chance to win this one. And check it out, Rocket. As seen on Twitter, Jim Henderson checking in after shoulder surgery. He's got his rally hat on.
Very nice.
Attaboy, Jim. And a response from Tyler Thornburg. He's going the Shark Rally hat here tonight. A couple of injured Brewers relievers.
Staying up with us tonight.
That's a good teamwork right there. Nice
Well
going,
done.
boys.
Yep.
That might be enough.
Hang in there. They might need you tonight.
All right, Parra will lead off. And then Brewers will have Segura. Sam Freeman is on the mound, Rock. Hard-throwing left-hander, Sudden Sam.
Yeah, last time out, gave up a couple of runs. That was on Saturday against the Rockies. 38th appearance for Freeman. Another hard throw out of that bullpen. As we mentioned, one of 5 lefties down there. He gets it up there pretty well.
The red-hot Gerardo Parra to start it off. Shows bunt and bunts it foul. Parra does struggle against left-handed pitching. And often he'll do that against a lefty, especially one that has the velocity of Freeman.
Especially to lead off an inning. Get something going.
Just a big night for both teams. Cardinals trying to hang on to their division lead, trying to keep the Pirates 2.5 back. There's a strike on the outside corner, 0-2. If the Brewers win tonight, the Pirates go to a 1.5 back. The Brewers would remain 2.5 of Pittsburgh for the second wild card spot. Milwaukee would move within 4 of St. Louis. And down he goes. Parra no match for Freeman's fastball there. And a strikeout to start the inning, and a ton of strikeouts in extra innings so far for both teams.
Well, that's normally what happens once you get to this point in the ball game. You get beyond 10, 11 innings. I've been talking about that last few innings. Guys try to go up there hitting home runs and a lot of times swing out of the zone.
Here's Gene Segura now. Segura's first at bat of the night. Came in defensively a couple of innings ago. And a strike. Freeman bringing it.
95, 94, 95 with the fastball. Hasn't thrown too much else.
No balls, 2 strikes on Segura. Didn't chase. 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's the most innings the Cardinals have played this year, 13. Brewers won in 12 innings here on Tuesday night. Brewers won a 16 inning, or actually lost a 16 inning game against Washington back in June. Brewers also had a 14 inning game, which was a win against the Pirates in April. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Segura. And down he goes. Back-to-back strikeouts for Freeman.
That was a breaking ball that time. Freeman with a slider down in the dirt. And Segura not able to hold up. That's exactly where you want a 2-strike slider.
Jason Rogers will bat. First trip to the plate. Just 5 big league games thus far. Rogers was the Brewers minor league player of the year 2 years ago. Clint Coulter won that award this season. Rogers hit 11 homers in Nashville this year in 57 games, had 7 home runs in Double-A Huntsville this season. Combined to hit 18 in the 2 spots.
Just the kind of guy you want up the plate right now.
A big man with some big power. Love to see him get a hold of one and keep the September call-up theme going in this series. 1 ball, 1 strike. And a bouncing ball to third. Carpenter up with it. Freeman works a 1-2-3 inning. To the bottom of the 13th we go. All tied at 2 in St. Louis. Getting late here in St. Louis, and we head to the bottom of the 13th, and the Brewers are begging for a 14th inning. And they are going to give the ball to a recent member of the starting rotation, Jimmy Nelson. So you hope he's on his game and he can give you a few if you need it.
Yeah, first time out of the bullpen was on Saturday against Cincinnati back in Miller Park. Gave up a run on 3 hits, struck out a batter in an inning of work. And you see his numbers overall: 445 earned run average, 13th appearance, and second out of the bullpen. He's given up 5 home runs and 53 strikeouts in 64 2/3 innings.
And he is going to have to deal with the heart of the Cardinal order: Matt Holliday, Matt Adams, and Johnny Peralta. Holliday is 1 for 5 tonight. He reached on an infield hit in the 8th inning. Lucroy will take over at first base. Martin Maldonado comes in to catch. Tell you one thing about extra inning baseball in a pennant race this time of year: you got a lot of young guys, first year players who can make a mark, and you know it means the world to them to be involved in a spot like this. This is a great spot for Jimmy Nelson to try to give the club a lift. Just hoping to get him to the 14th right now as Holliday leads off, and he is late on a fastball. Nelson's first bullet at 95 miles an hour.
Yeah, throwing a little bit harder than he did back in Miller Park in his first relief appearance. About 92-93 in that appearance the other day, but that last fastball coming out of his hand pretty nicely.
Now with Maldonado in the game, Matt Pagnozzi is the last position player available.
Cardinals have 3 left: Ellis, Cosma, and Greg Garcia.
Maldonado. There's a bouncing ball up the middle by Holliday, and a leadoff single.
Well, I doubt you're going to see any of the next couple of guys drop down any bunts, that's for sure. I don't think you're going to see Adams drop down a bunt here. He's going to be swinging away. Question is, do you take out Matt Holliday for a pinch runner? They didn't do it with Peralta earlier. Probably won't do it here either.
Cardinals now have 3 hits in extra innings. They had a leadoff single in the 11th inning. There was a double play on a line drive out. Stranded a runner at first in the 12th. Lead man on in the 13th. Matt Adams now with the shift on. Got to be ready for a stolen base attempt here as well. Holliday, he doesn't try to steal a lot, but every now and then. And wow, what a play by Maldonado.
Yeah, that is slick right there. That's a big play right there, too. I don't see a stolen base for Holliday. He's got about a 4-foot lead. Check this out. Spikes a fastball in front of home plate. And look at Maldonado able to keep it in the glove and thinking about picking off Holliday.
Nelson behind Adams, and that one's in the dirt. Maldonado able to keep it close enough for Holliday to stay put. And Jimmy Nelson off to a shaky start here in this 13th inning.
Well, you sit around for 12 innings and you have a couple of plays like that. Yeah, well done by Maldonado.
Complexion of the inning changes significantly if Holliday ends up at second with nobody out. Still got a chance to turn a double play here. 3 infielders on the right side. And a bouncing ball. Jeanette up with it to Segura. There's one out. Throw to first. And Adams is safe. With the shift on, it makes for an awkward double play scenario, and looked like Segura got his feet a little tangled up there and he couldn't make the play.
It was a long throw from Jeanette. That's the thing. Look how far this throw is for Scooter. Drop step, and that's a long throw, and that's going to disrupt the timing a little bit, and Adams able to beat it.
That's a big out for Jimmy Nelson. Adams replaces Holliday at first. course, if the shift's not on there, that ball's in right field.
Base hit, right? First and third.
Here's Peralta. Johnny Peralta has bounced into a double play tonight. And Nelson misses. 2 balls, no strikes on a dangerous hitter. Tom Gorzolani in the Brewers bullpen.
Just in case this thing gets down to Colton Wong. And a couple of right-handers to follow Peralta.
Broken bat, and it gets by Ramirez. It stayed down. If he gets it in his glove, he's got a chance to turn a double play. Instead, it's into left, and the Cardinals now with 2 on and the winning run at second.
Not too bad, because that was a good pitch by Jimmy Nelson. Broke his bat. That ball stayed down on Rami, and he'll tell you, first to tell you, he should have made that play. Should have been a double play to end the inning.
So 2 on for Tony Cruz. He hit a little soft liner in the 11th inning with a runner in motion, and it ended up as a double play. He's another guy that does not run well. And a chance to turn 2 if he hits one on the ground. Matt Adams carries the game-ending run at second base. Cruz takes a strike from Nelson.
It's been pretty much all fastballs from Nelson in this inning.
He's got good sink on his fastball. He does get a lot of ground balls when he's right. Brewers have good arms in the outfield. Adams does not run well at second base. And Cruz takes one down and in. It's not a guarantee that Adams would score on a base hit to the outfield.
Yeah, with the way this game's going, Mike Matheny not willing to take out one of his best hitters, his cleanup hitter. Tie game. Not going to replace him with a faster runner at this point.
1 ball, 1 strike. Nelson delivers, and Cruz up the middle, base hit. Gomez coming in. Here comes Adams. Gomez's throw to the plate is late, and the Cardinals win in 13 innings. Just a back-breaking loss for the Brewers tonight. Tony Cruz with a walk-off single. And the Brewers now 3.5 games back of the Pirates in the second wild card race. And a game they're going to feel like they gave away tonight.
Well, they did give it away. Gave it away in the 8th. Had many opportunities in extra innings. Not able to score that run. They gave the Cardinals many, many chances to win this ball game. Finally able to do it in the 13th.
So the Cardinals maintain their 2.5 game lead in the division. Brewers are headed to Pittsburgh, starting a series tomorrow night. Send it to Jeff Grayson. He's in our Fox Sports Wisconsin studios. He's ready for Brewers Live. Jeff?